Chapter 1048. The space stone was an essential item used by practitioners to create storage instruments. In the world of practice, it was already considered a rare treasure. The space stone essence was the essence of the space stone that had been condensed. Only those who were at the level of a master craftsman would be able to complete the process of condensing it, and the space stone essence was a necessary item to create a secret treasure. Although this small piece of space stone essence was not enough to create a secret treasure, it was still very valuable. At this time, Lu Ping could already confirm that this Zhong Shui had sneaked into the mine to steal spirit stones. Lu Ping thought about it and decided to take this piece of space stone essence with him, trapping Zhong Shui in the mine and waiting for the Kang Hai sect to be exposed. Then, Zhenling could strike when he was down. In a secret room in Phantom City, the two Dharma adepts who had been pursued by Lu Ping were inside. "Young Master, we have found out that the Kang Hai sect is currently stationed at the number 8 mine on Yuanling Island." The mid-Dharma adept reported respectfully to the adept in front of him. "Good." The young master clapped his hands and smiled. This Zhong Shui really has some tricks up his sleeve. It seems that he has seized the opportunity. Perhaps he has already sneaked into the mine on Yuanling Island and begun to excavate spirit stones. Young Lord is wise. This subordinate has also participated in the battle against Devil Luo's army on Yuanling Island in the past few days. Indeed, I did not see that Zhong Shi appear. However, every time Devil Luo's offensive stopped and the cultivators of the various sects returned to their encampments, Zhong Shi would appear again. Speaking of which, this Kang Hai sect is really lucky. They were even able to obtain the space stone essence left behind by Kongwu Laozu. "Sir, according to your estimation, how long will it take for the protective matrix of the entire Phantom 5 Islands to be affected?" The young master sighed and turned to ask the adept. The cultivator pondered for a moment before saying, "If the protective formation of the 5 Islands is really as the young master said, and has a lot to do with the spirit stone veins of the 5 Islands, then according to this old servant's estimation, the protective formation of the 5 Islands will be affected by the loss of balance between the 5 spirit stone veins in 5 to 3 days at most." The friar paused and added, "Of course, it also depends on how crazy Zhong Shi is in mining the spirit stones in the veins. If Zhong Shi is more crazy about mining, the imbalance between the 5 spirit stone veins will become more serious, and the protection formation will be weakened even more. But," the young master was stunned and said, "But what is it? Mister, please tell me." The mister nodded and continued, "But once the 5 spirit stone veins are out of balance, I'm afraid that the Crystal Palace and the 9 sects will immediately notice it. Once they notice it early, maybe they will quickly take remedial measures. At that time, we will have less manpower after all." The young master had already understood a little of the mister's meaning. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled and said, "Well, I just want to kill as much as possible. As long as Mara's army can take the opportunity to break through the protective formation and slaughter in the 5 Phantom Islands, even if the 5 Phantom Islands are eventually guarded by the human and demon clans, the purpose of this trip to the East Sea will be achieved." The mister was about to leave after reporting the matter, but he suddenly wanted to say something, but he was a little hesitant for a moment. A glimmer of light flashed in the young master's eyes, and he said, "Mister, do you have anything else to say? There is no need to be so polite between us." "Yes." The mister was still respectful and said, "The Kongming sect was famous for its array skills. Although it was only a medium-sized sect, its achievements in array skills had indeed reached the peak. There were 6 Dharma adepts in the sect, and 4 of them were array grandmasters. In the entire sect, there were as many as 8 array grandmasters." The young master frowned and said, "Mister, what do you mean?" "It is rumored that the Kongming sect set up a shocking array in the Kongming Sea to protect the sect. The key to unlocking this array chain is the 32 Kongming essences, which are controlled by 4 Dharma adepts. Kongwu Laozu, who was stationed on Yuanling Island and stole the Spirit Stone mine, was one of them. The Kongming essence that the Kongming Sea sect obtained may have been left behind by Kongwu Laozu." "Young master, don't you want to?" The young master suddenly understood and smiled. "I know that you are obsessed with array skills and are one of the rare array grandmasters in the world. However, you may not know this. Although the Kongming sect was famous for its array skills, and the sects of the East Sea attacked the Kongming Sea in the past, even though they did not find all 32 Kongming essences in the end, under the powerful attacks of Laozu, no matter how exquisite the array was, it would still crumble. Today, although the Kongming Sea is still shrouded in broken array restrictions and has become a dangerous place in the South Sea, the heritage of the Kongming sect has long been plundered by the sects of the East Sea. The young master was still a little unwilling. Perhaps there are still some array secrets that have not been discovered. The young master smiled and said, perhaps. Since Mr. insists on making a trip to the South Sea, then I'll take the space essence from Zhongxi once the matter here is settled. However, Mr. shouldn't hold too much hope. The young master was overjoyed and said, in that case, thank you very much, young master. At the same time, in the Phantom Palace of the Phantom City, perfected Xian Shu hurriedly walked in and bowed to the 3 Laozu who were sitting quietly in the palace. I am the second-generation disciple of Zhenling, Xian Shu. Under the orders of Uncle Master Tian Kang, I have something to report to the 3 Laozu. Zhenling. One of the Laozu opened his eyes and smiled. What does fellow Daoist Tian Kang want you to report? Perfected Xian Shu hurriedly said, Senior Yuan Chong, a few disciples of our sect were hunting outside the island before Mara's army passed through, but they were ambushed by the Wind Azura. After the left arm of a third-generation disciple was chopped off, his flesh and bones began to rot. According to Marshal Nephew Lu Tianping, this should be a poison Azura. Poison Azura. Patriarch Yuan Chong from Water Crystal Palace was not the only one. Even the other 2 great cultivators abruptly snapped open their eyes to stare at Sage Enigma. Like sharp blades, Sage Enigma instantly felt as though an unparalleled power was about to descend upon him. Even his juniors began breaking out in cold sweat. Is it really a poison Azura? The Grand Cultivator on the left asked again. Perfected Xian Shu could only lower his head and say, Senior, I have brought the broken arm of the injured martial nephew Shen Peng. The 3 Laozu may take a look. With that, Perfected Xian Shu took out Perfected Shen Peng's broken arm from his storage artifact. It was no longer rotten after being treated by Lu Tianping. The Laozu on the right waved his hand, and the broken arm appeared in front of him. After examining it carefully for a moment, he slashed in the air and the broken arm appeared in front of Yuanchong Laozu. Then, he heard Laozu sigh. It really is a poison Azura. They can actually rush out of the infinite poison skywall. Yuanchong Laozu's expression was extremely ugly after seeing it. He said, first, the heavenly demons appeared, and now there are poison Azura. How many more secrets are there in Mara's army? The Grand Cultivator on the left also had an ugly expression. He said, let's inform the various sects first. The poison Azura has severely damaged various formations, but Mara's army has not used them to attack the island's protective formation. This means that either Mara's army has other plans, or there are too few poison Azura to be able to do anything big. Yuanchong Laozu said to Perfected Xian Shu, we already know about this. I will inform the other sects about your warning as soon as possible. We will also remember your contribution. Perfected Xian Shu quickly said, yes, I will take my leave. Seeing Perfected Xian Shu leave the Phantom Palace in a hurry, the 3 Laozu were silent. Only faint spatial fluctuations appeared around the 3 of them. After a while, the Laozu on the right sighed softly. These are troubled times. It seems that Chuye died a little too early. This person's poison technique against the poison Azura might save us a lot of trouble by fighting poison with poison. Yuanchong Laozu and the other Laozu kept quiet. This Laozu also knew that what he said was useless, so he laughed at himself. After a while, it was Laozu on the left who said, back then, I wanted to open the sky wall of myriad poisons. For this, I did not hesitate to destroy the Hollow Nether sect and obtain 24 Hollow Nether essences. In the end, although the sky wall of myriad poisons would weaken every once in a while, I did not expect it to become a secret place for the poison Azura to nourish. Laozu on the right retorted, you can't say that. At least ever since the sky wall of myriad poisons was opened, every time the sky wall of myriad poisons weakens, cultivators from various sects would enter en masse and reap great rewards every time. Yuanchong Laozu suddenly said, let's wait and see. Now that the 3 realms have fallen into Mara's calamity, the fallen secret land is like an isolated island. Without outside help, we can only rely on us to resist. We cannot cause more trouble before the enemy. After Chuye's death, the Northern Alliance still has some strength in Phantom City, but we need to appease them. Lu Ping weighed the pros and cons, but in the end, he did not take the hollow nether essence away. After restoring the hollow nether essence to its original color, Lu Ping returned it to its original position on the stone pillar. He himself went to the forest in the north of Kang Hai-sek's encampment and disappeared. In the evening, Mara's army retreated again. Dense streams of light began to descend from the sky above Yuanling Island. The exhausted cultivators from various sects did not even have the energy to make a ruckus. After returning to their encampment, they began to recover their vital energy. After Dongyun Laozu returned to the encampment with the Kang Hai-sek's cultivators, Lu Ping could see that his expression was very ugly. The Kang Hai sect had originally sent 40 to 50 cultivators to the Phantom 5 Islands this time, but after 2 days of battle, they had lost 4 or 5 people, and more than a dozen people were injured. After Dongyun Laozu arranged for his disciples, he walked towards the rocky area in the east as if nothing had happened, as if he was taking a casual stroll. After a while, when Dongyun Laozu returned from the rocky area, there was Zhong Shui behind him. From a distance, it seemed that the two had been discussing some secret matter in the rocky area. However, what the two did not know was that in the forest only 1,000 feet away from them, there was already a pair of eyes watching them. Chapter 1049. Sure enough, the teleportation array that the Hollow Underworld sect had created was able to bypass the sealing array. The Hollow Underworld essence was just a transit point. Zhong Shui still had to use the normal teleportation array to communicate with the Hollow Underworld essence to enter the mine. Just the Hollow Underworld essence alone was not enough for Zhong Shui to enter. This also meant that before Zhong Shui could communicate with the teleporter, he had to enter the mine to confirm the location of the teleporter. Or perhaps the Kang Hai sect had simply used the secret teleporter left behind by Kongming Laozu. After Dongyun Laozu and Zhong Shui left, Lu Ping did not come out of the forest. After a while, a slight wave of spiritual qi traveled along the seal on the ground. Only then did Lu Ping walk out from the forest and look in the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuation. There's actually someone spying on Kang Hai sect in the dark. Not only that, but the person is also very skilled in concealment. He can actually use the array formation that seals Yuanling Island to hide his tracks. This person must be an extremely skilled array formation grandmaster. Ordinary array formation masters wouldn't have such attainments in array formations. Lu Ping had not taken the Kongming essence before, not only because he wanted to confirm where Zhong Shui had set up the teleporter, but also because he was greedy. After all, if he just took the Kongming essence, although he could wait for the Kang Hai sect to face the wrath of all the major sects, this would not be of any benefit to Junling or Lu Ping. Although the Kongming essence was also a treasure, the spirit stones in the mine were even more tempting to Lu Ping. Furthermore, the large spirit stone mine could produce top-quality spirit stones. Lu Ping did not lack top-quality spirit stones, but he would never complain about having more top-quality spirit stones. Lu Ping came to the rocky area, intending to find the teleporter that Zhong Shui had set up here. However, regardless of whether Lu Ping used the 3 pure eyes or his powerful divine will that was no weaker than that of a Dharma adept, he still could not detect anything. What was going on? Why wasn't there any trace of the teleportation array being activated? Could it be that the teleportation array was already set up? When Lu Ping thought about how Zhong Shui only came out after Dongyun and Laozu arrived, he could not help but speculate. Otherwise, Zhong Shui would not need Dongyun to come out of the mine. Or perhaps Dongyun was just a lookout and only activated the transportation formation to let Zhong Shui out after making sure there was no one around. Just as Lu Ping was letting his imagination run wild, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw 2 inconspicuous boulders, and it was these 2 seemingly ordinary boulders that attracted Lu Ping's attention. With a flick of his hand, Lu Ping took out a stone armor from his interspatial mystic instrument. This stone armor was made from 2 strange stones that could block out a cultivator's divine sense. The 2 stones in front of him were made from the same material as the stone armor. The two stones in front of him were made from the same material as the stone armor. The Crystal Palace cultivator who discovered the medium-sized spirit stone mine on the unnamed island had concluded that the spirit stone mine on the unnamed island was a branch of the spirit stone mine on the 5 Phantom Islands. From the fact that both of them had such strange stones, it seemed that the mine prospector from the Crystal Palace was right. Lu Ping walked to the two boulders, and indeed, in the gap between the two boulders, he found a teleporter that was directly engraved on the boulder. Lu Ping thought for a while, then he inlaid a few spirit stones on the teleporter, and then he made a gesture to activate the teleporter. At the same time, he shouted softly, "Explode." A few spirit stones suddenly burst out with dense spiritual energy, and the teleportation array formation was activated. Lu Ping disappeared in a flash of white light. The spirit stones embedded in the array formation also turned into spiritual energy due to Lu Ping's spirit explosion art. Not a single trace of spiritual energy was left behind. Because there were some scattered spirit stones, the mine didn't look dark. Because the entire Yuanling Island was under the seal of the array, at this time, there were a few runes flashing on the walls of the mine. These runes were the extension of the seal array, and the seal array was connected to the pulse suppression spirit lock great array, so that the entire spirit stone mine had double insurance. Even if one broke through the seal array on the surface, under the protection of the pulse suppression spirit lock great array, one would not be able to enter the mine. At this moment, a wall in the quiet mine suddenly shone with white light, and golden runes appeared on the wall. These runes were all the runes of the pulse suppression spirit lock great array. Some of these runes shone brightly, while others dimmed. However, they did not disappear. The runes that shone brightly formed the outline of a teleportation array disk. It was as if a teleportation array disk had been naturally embedded into the vein suppression spirit lock array disk. The white light faded, and a young man in his 20s appeared in the mine. Lu Ping looked around, but only his breathing could be heard in the quiet cave. He sensed something with his divine sense, so he turned around and saw the runes on the walls dimming and returning to the pulse suppression spirit shackle array formation. There wasn't the slightest trace of abnormality. Lu Ping glanced around and saw that the runes on the walls had dimmed and returned to the pulse suppression spirit shackle array formation. Lu Ping couldn't help but sigh in admiration at this method. To hide the runes of the teleporter within the runes of the pulse suppression spirit lock great array, or to say that these runes were originally part of the pulse suppression spirit lock great array. Under the wondrous methods of Kong Wu Laozu, these runes were responsible for the normal operation of the pulse suppression spirit lock great array. Once the teleporter was activated, these runes would immediately gather to form a brand new teleporter, and at the same time, they would be responsible for the operation of the pulse suppression spirit lock great array. This way, no one would be able to discover that someone had already touched the array and infiltrated the mine. It was simply a marvelous technique. No wonder people said that the Kong Ming sect's research on arrays had reached the pinnacle. Just this teleporter was enough to explain everything. Lu Ping immediately thought of the other person who had been monitoring Zhong Shi and Dong Yun Laozu. This person had also used the Yuanling Island's seal to hide his tracks, and the method was similar to this teleporter. However, the level of this teleporter was far inferior, and could not be compared to this teleporter. Could it be that this person was also related to the Kong Ming sect? However, the Kong Ming sect had been destroyed for thousands of years, and its inheritance had also been severed. Could it be that this person was fortunate enough to obtain some of the inheritance left behind by the Kong Ming sect? Lu Ping waved his hand in front of him, and the spatial door of the Golden House suddenly opened. A huge and fat Laozu fell out of the door, and landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Ping fanned the dust with his hand, and said, "It's all up to you now. I only want the best grade spirit stones." De Bao appeared in the mine, and immediately revealed an intoxicated expression. He heard Lu Ping's words, and said, "Don't worry, big brother. This time, you will make a lot of money." De Bao's nose twitched, and he sniffed left and right of the mine. Then, he turned around, and ran towards the mine on the left. His fat body had already covered all 4 of his limbs, and one could only see a meatball wriggling as it moved forward quickly. Remember, don't leave any traces that are too obvious, and don't touch the runes of the arrays on the walls of the mine. Don't worry. Without turning his head back, Dabao disappeared into the depths of the mine. Lu Ping didn't continue to explore the mine. Instead, he turned around and focused all his attention on the wall once again. He carefully used his spirit sense to scan the wall for a long time, but he didn't discover anything. Just when Lu Ping had come out of the teleportation array, and the runes on the array board behind him hadn't extinguished yet, Lu Ping's keen spirit sense seemed to have discovered something. And when these runes had extinguished and returned to the original array board, the trace of abnormality that had attracted the attention of Lu Ping's spirit sense disappeared in an instant. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and the cyan light in his eyes shone brightly. The 3 pure true pupils was pushed to the limit by Lu Ping. The trace of gold that was hidden in the cyan light that hadn't been refined gradually began to melt. The cyan light suddenly shot out more than a foot, and directly entered the runes on the wall. After a moment, the cyan light in Lu Ping's eyes disappeared. Lu Ping fiercely took 2 breaths, and tightly closed his eyes. A bluish-purple light flowed on his eyelids. It seemed that the 3 pure true pupils had caused a great burden on Lu Ping's eyes, and at this moment, he was using his qi to nourish and restore them. When the bluish-purple light dissipated, Lu Ping reluctantly opened his eyes. He could see that Lu Ping's eyes were a little dim, and there were obvious dark circles around them. However, Lu Ping's face still showed an expression of understanding. Then, he rummaged through the storage magic tool, and took out a talisman that was shining with a 5-colored halo. It was a 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Lu Ping came into contact with talismans very early, but his talent in it was far inferior to his talent in alchemy. However, it was still much better than his talent in refining tools. At least after unremitting efforts, Lu Ping finally made a 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman in 3 to 4 months after entering the spirit-gathering island. However, the success rate was extremely low, and for this reason, he wasted a lot of rare talisman materials. This was also because of Lu Ping. If it was replaced by other cultivators, they would not have so much wealth for him to squander like this. It could be said that Lu Ping's achievement in making restriction-breaking talismans was completely piled up by a large number of high-grade talisman papers. Lu Ping injected his qi into the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman, and a 5-colored light suddenly soared. Lu Ping slapped the talisman in his hand toward the wall, and with a pa sound, the 5-colored light suddenly integrated into the talisman pattern. After the 5-colored light dissipated, a white space portal suddenly appeared on the wall. Lu Ping showed an expression of shock, and then he plunged into the white space portal, and the white space portal immediately disappeared. Hehe, sure enough, it really is Kongwu's treasure. Chapter 1050. Lu Ping was currently standing in the middle of a stone cave. Behind him was a rune wall, and behind the wall was the tunnel leading to the mine. Lu Ping could clearly see everything in the mine, but if a person was in the mine, they would not be able to see through the rune wall. Unexpectedly, there was a secret chamber behind the rune wall. When the rune wall touched his hand, it was as if it was solid. If Lu Ping's divine will was far stronger than others, he would not have felt the abnormality the moment the array teleported. Fortunately, the 3 pure true eyes had just been upgraded by 1 level, allowing Lu Ping to catch a trace of it. Otherwise, Lu Ping would not have dared to use the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman to break through the rune wall. Lu Ping turned around and looked at the secret chamber behind him. On a stone table, there were 7 crystal-clear stones the size of a thumb. It's actually another Kongming essence. According to legend, the Kongming sect's protective array was extremely complicated. It was the result of the efforts of generations of Kongming sect's array masters. The cultivators of the Kongming sect created 32 Kongming essences to open the array. At that time, there were 4 Dharma realm array masters of the Kongming sect, and Kongwu Laozu was one of them. There were 7 Kongming essences here, and in addition to the one on the stone pillar, there were exactly 8 Kongming essences. Could it be that these were the 8 keys that Kongwu Laozu controlled to open the Kongming sect's protective array? Among the 7 Kongming essences, there was a jade slip left on the stone table. Lu Ping put away the 7 Kongming essences one by one, and then he used his divine will to examine the jade slip. After a long while, Lu Ping's face showed a slight surprise, but it was more of a pleasant surprise. He then carefully put the jade slip into his storage magic tool. Only then did he stand at the entrance of the secret chamber and look into the mine through the rune wall. His left hand rubbed his chin as he thought about something. Kanghai sect was originally in a period of rapid growth. Although it was not as dazzling as Junling in the North Sea, it was an indisputable fact that the sect's strength was growing day by day. And with the rapid development of the sect, the demand for spirit stones inevitably began to increase. Just as Kanghai sect was preparing to plan for more sources of spirit stones, Junling suddenly launched an operation to suppress Kanghai sect. The mixed mine was suppressed, the spirit stone mine of Frost Island was suppressed, and other small and medium-sized mines and other sources of spirit stones were also suppressed. For a time, Kanghai sect's spirit stone income fell into a difficult situation. The ancestors of the Kanghai sect had been worrying about the source of spiritual stones all day long. At this time, the bold idea of stealing the spiritual stone vein of Yuanling Island had to appear in the minds of the elders of the Kanghai sect, forcing these ancestors to take the risk. Speaking of the origin of this hollow nether essence, the cultivators of Kanghai sect felt that they were quite lucky. That was more than 100 years ago when Kanghai sect had just merged and returned to Illusion Spirit City, and successfully seized the spirit stone share of the medium-sized sects. After the first distribution of spirit stones, there was one time when Dongguo Laozu used a supreme-grade spirit stone to finish his cultivation. The spirit stone that had used up all its spirit energy should have turned to dust. Dongguo Laozu casually threw it on the ground, and there was a clang. A crystal bead the size of a thumb rolled out from the crushed spirit stone powder. This was the origin of the hollow nether essence that Kanghai sect had obtained back then. Kanghai sect naturally knew about what had happened to the hollow nether sect in the past. Although they did not know why the hollow nether essence that was rumored to have been destroyed by the large sects had appeared, since the hollow nether essence was still here, then the teleportation formation that Kongwu Laozu had left behind was also here. The words of the large sects back then were just a lie. After that, Kanghai sect began to secretly search for the secret teleportation formation that Kongwu Laozu had left behind on Yuanling Island through the hollow nether essence. As expected, they found it in the 8th mine. At that time, this teleportation formation had been damaged after thousands of years. Kanghai sect spent a lot of effort to secretly repair this special teleportation formation. At the same time, they began to figure out the usage of the hollow nether essence. Finally, they accidentally repaired this teleportation formation that bypassed the seal of the cave entrance. Among them, the teleportation formation inside the mine was attached to the pulse suppression spirit lock formation, so it was not damaged. After Kanghai sect's Laozu saw this amazing teleportation formation disk, he was afraid that he would accidentally damage it or trigger the formation and be discovered by others. He did not dare to carry out a detailed inspection of this teleportation formation disk. Even if he did, he might not be able to find anything. Therefore, the secret room that Kongwu Laozu had opened behind the rune wall was not discovered by Kanghai sect. Originally, although Kanghai sect was facing the pressure of a shortage of spirit stones, after all, they had learned from Hollow Nether sect's mistake. They only wanted to carefully steal a small part of the spirit stones, but they did not expect that they would be forced into such a situation. There was no other way. The mysterious person had complete control of the secret reincarnation technique and had already seen through Kanghai sect's plan. Kanghai sect had no choice but to give in. Otherwise, Kanghai sect's dream of becoming a great cultivator would probably be pushed back for another few hundred years. At that time, who knew to what extent Kanghai sect would be suppressed by Junling? In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Lu Ping stood in front of the rune wall in the stone cave, motionless, as if he was waiting for something. Rumbling sounds came from Yuanling Island once again. Although Lu Ping was currently deep underground, the sounds of battle still rang out like muffled thunder. Mara's army had begun their attack once again. Lu Ping's spirit was roused. He opened his mouth and spat out 12 Genchen beads that shone with a 5-colored light. One by one, they flew into the rune wall, and then dispersed in all directions. Then, the 5-colored light suddenly disappeared, and the 12 Genshen beads disappeared as well. Lu Ping opened his right hand, and a rank 9 white jade lotus bloomed in his palm. Lu Ping also threw it towards the ground outside the rune wall. A few rune patterns flashed on the ground, and the lotus instantly melted into the ground and disappeared. After a short while, the rune patterns on the rune wall in front of Lu Ping suddenly began to move at high speed. In an instant, some of the rune patterns dimmed, while others brightened. Suddenly, a simple teleportation array disk was formed. This array disk began to spin rapidly, and a spatial whirlpool began to form in the middle of the mine. The white teleportation light immediately shone brightly. Lu Ping's eyes also lit up with 2 green rays of light. He looked towards the teleportation light. A praying mantis had unknowingly appeared on Lu Ping's shoulder. When it saw Lu Ping, it immediately jumped and fell into Lu Ping's palm. A figure suddenly appeared in the white light. Without saying anything, Lu Ping's right hand stretched out from the rune wall. It was unknown when the scissors spirit treasure had been cut into 2, but it was already in Lu Ping's right hand. Lu Ping then used the scissors to cut the figure. Zhong Shi carefully avoided all kinds of divine senses. He arrived at the rocky mountain and activated the teleportation array. When he arrived at the mine, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a fierce killing intent suddenly rose from behind Zhong Shi, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Someone was plotting against him. How was this possible? Zhong Shi didn't have time to think about how someone would ambush him here. He already knew that he had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Zhong Shi pushed the protective qi out from his body with a thought. At the same time, Zhong Shi leapt forward. The Daoist robe he wore also flashed with runes that looked like starlight. However, as these protective measures were activated, Zhong Shi's heart sank even more. Amidst the crackling sounds, these protective measures were broken by the ambusher as if they were made of paper. Before Zhong Shi could move again, he felt a chill on his legs. 2 blades of light crisscrossed in front of Zhong Shi. In the midst of his horrified scream, his whole body had already fallen forward. Behind him was a pair of legs that had fallen to the ground before his body. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and then Zhong Shi, who had fallen to the ground, took the opportunity to turn around and stop the bleeding. The mantis on Lu Ping's arm waved its big blades excitedly. Lu Ping raised his eyebrows. This scissors was indeed a second disaster spirit treasure. With one blow, it could actually injure a top mid-dharma adept so easily. Who is it? Zhong Shi looked at the pair of short legs in front of him. His face was already pale. He had already summoned the blood-orange sword. As long as he turned the sword and stabbed it under his feet, under his buttocks, he would immediately be able to activate the pulse suppression spirit lock formation and summon the practitioners from the various sects. However, Zhong Shi did not dare to do so. Once he did so, not only would he die, even the ambusher might not be caught. However, the matter of the vast sea sect stealing spirit stones would definitely not be covered up. When that happened, it was very likely that the entire sect would be buried with him. Lu Ping took a step out from the rune wall. Zhong Shi's eyes instantly widened and he cried out in shock, "Who are you? How did the Northern Alliance's Laozu spirit treasure scissors end up in your hand?" Lu Ping snorted coldly. A sword-light whirlpool suddenly formed beside him. The seepage sword formula surrounded Lu Ping. A series of crisp sounds could be heard from inside. Countless thin needles that were hard to see with the naked eye were smashed by the sword wall and fell to the ground, forming a crystal color. "Lu Tianping, you are Lu Tianping. Why are you here?" Just as Zhong Shi saw the thin water-flowing sword and howled in disbelief, a lightning suddenly struck the heavily injured Zhong Shi from the sword wall. Zhong Shi, who was originally trying to escape, had a change of expression. The blood-orange sword in his hand scattered a dark light, and instantly annihilated the lightning in the mine. Zhong Shi's legs once again spurted out 2 streams of blood. He shouted loudly, "You're crazy. Aren't you afraid of causing the pulse suppression spirit lock formation to shake and summon the practitioners from the 9 sects and the Crystal Palace? By then, Vast Sea Sect and Zhenling will be finished together." Lu Ping's face was cold and solemn. Without saying a word, The thin water-flowing sword circled and strangled Zhong Shi from both sides. Zhong Shi knew that he could not escape today. He did not dodge the strangling of the thin water-flowing sword. The blood-orange sword in his hand suddenly stabbed towards the ground. Obviously, he wanted to trigger the pulse suppression spirit lock formation and drag Lu Ping down with him. At this time, he could no longer care about the righteousness of the sect. Chapter 1051. The blood-orange sword was about to pierce the ground and activate the pulse suppression spirit lock formation, but Lu Ping was still unmoved. The thin flowing sword continued to slash towards Zhong Shi. Ding! A white jade lotus appeared on the ground. A crystal wall had appeared on the ground. The blood-orange sword's attack was useless. Zhong Shi's face was ashen. The thin water-flowing sword had already pierced into his body from the left and right, destroying his core space in one fell swoop. At that moment, Zhong Shi's body suddenly exploded, and a strange Dharma aspect fish jumped out. The two fins under its abdomen almost turned into a pair of wings. With a flap in midair, the Dharma aspect fish immediately shot into the depths of the mine. It was the Kuan fish Dharma, Peng bloodline. Lu Ping wasn't worried about Zhong Shi's avatar escaping. Just as he expected, a loud bang sounded and 12 five-colored lights flashed around the cave. The lights resonated with the white jade lotus on the ground and formed a sealed crystal space. Zhong Shi's avatar crashed into the crystal space, but it was as if it had hit an iron plate. Zhong Shi was decisive. Seeing that he could not escape, the Kuan fish Dharma swelled up and was about to self-destruct. But the scissors that injured him previously appeared in Lu Ping's hands again. Lu Ping swung his scissors in the air, and the praying mantis on the back of Zhong Shi's hand also swung its scissors. Before Zhong Shi's avatar could self-destruct, it was already cut in half. Lu Ping looked at the sudden explosion of dense spiritual energy and lamented in his heart, "What a pity." Then, he used a fire to erase all traces of the battle. Other than the storage mystic instrument and the blood-orange sword, Zhong Shi's body was burned into nothingness. Lu Ping waved his hand and took the 12 Zhenchen beads and white jade lotus. He looked at the blood-orange sword lying on the ground and said, "Come out." A skinny red-haired child dressed in orange clothes appeared in front of Lu Ping with a rosacea nose. He looked at Lu Ping timidly, then his gaze shifted to the mantis bearing its fangs and claws on the back of Lu Ping's hand. He seemed to be startled and took 2 steps back. The praying mantis waved its 2 big blades and cackled proudly. Lu Ping couldn't do anything to this shameless praying mantis, but the shameless praying mantis did serve as a deterrent. Perhaps, it would be of some use in retrieving the spirit treasure. However, Lu Ping couldn't help but frown when he looked at the little boy's thin and frail body. Although a companion spirit treasure could become a spirit treasure that could be used by cultivators after it was modified and survived the thunder tribulations, it was still inferior to a spirit treasure of the same grade that was refined from a regular spirit treasure. This difference was usually shown in 2 aspects. One was the weakness of the weapon spirit. Whether it was the blood-orange sword or Jiang Qianlin Laozu's tree branch, the weapon spirits were very thin and weak. The weaker the weapon spirit, the lower the quality of the spiritual treasure. The second was that the spiritual treasure that was modified from a spiritual treasure would lose its ability to improve. Lu Ping didn't say anything else to the little boy. He tapped his finger on the boy's forehead and a purplish-blue light exploded on the boy's forehead, instantly covering half of his body in a purple glow. The child did not resist Lu Ping's domineering behavior at all. He let Lu Ping's essential essence start to refine him. He bowed to Lu Ping and said, "Blood Orange greets Master." Lu Ping nodded. The child's face lit up. He picked up the blood orange sword and shot it at Lu Ping. It instantly entered Lu Ping's core space. However, it was forced out of the Dharma's auspicious cloud by the Thunder 7 Treasures calabash. Together with the thin water-flowing sword, it occupied the edge of the auspicious cloud. Lu Ping smiled slightly and thought, "This little guy's name is domineering, but he's actually a bully. He doesn't even dare to provoke a spirit-nurturing artifact like the Thunder 7 Treasures calabash." However, the Thunder 7 Treasures calabash is used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It's used to being arrogant. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to make it suffer. With the strength of the Azure Sea sect, they could have fought for the top 10 of the second class among the 25 sects in the previous great meeting of Mystic Spirit City. However, the Azure Sea sect only sent Ancestor Eastcloud. Even though they managed to advance in the end, the third place of the third class was an underestimation of the Azure Sea sect's strength. Everything Blue Sea sect did, of course, was due to the fact that they had fought for a share of the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island. But more importantly, it was probably because of this hidden teleportation formation left behind by Laozu Kongwu. Lu Ping patted Zhong Shi's storage artifact. He didn't know how much Zhong Shi had dug inside, but he didn't think he would be disappointed. His consciousness rushed into the storage artifact. Amidst the crackling noises, the seal on the surface of the storage artifact was immediately scattered by Lu Ping's consciousness. Lu Ping probed the storage mystic artifact with his divine sense and was shocked. Other than Zhong Shi's personal belongings, most of the storage mystic artifact was occupied by spirit stones that were scattered all over the place. How many spirit stones did this guy steal from the spirit stone mine in the past few days? How could he be so desperate? Not only did he steal upper-grade spirit stones, but he even stole middle and lower-grade spirit stones. Wasn't he afraid that the traces of his stealing would be easily discovered after the mine was opened? A thought flashed through Lu Ping's mind like lightning. Lu Ping was shocked again. Zhong Shi and Blue Sea sect would definitely not be so unwise. Thinking of Lu Ping's speculation about Mara's army arriving at the right time, could there be some unknown secret hidden in this? With that thought in mind, Lu Ping remembered the mysterious cultivator he discovered in the woods who was able to secretly monitor Dong Yun and Zhong Shi using the sealing array formation on Yuanling Island. Then, he recalled the contents recorded in the jade slip left behind by Ancestor Kong Wu in the secret chamber. Suddenly, he panicked and whistled towards the depths of the mine. However, as soon as Lu Ping's whistle fell, the entire Yuanling Island suddenly began to shake. The pulse suppression spirit locking array on the walls of the mine suddenly began to operate. One after another, runes began to light up. Lu Ping secretly said, "Oh no." At this moment, the sound of running suddenly came from the depths of the mine. A moment later, Lu Debao ran out with a head full of sweat and shouted, "Boss, it's not good. I don't know what's going on. I just dug out a top-grade spirit stone and suddenly triggered the entire pulse suppression spirit locking array. I followed your instructions and didn't touch the walls of the mine." Lu Ping was already deep in the mine. His finger quickly pointed at the flashing runes on the rune wall behind him. Every time he touched a rune, the rune would flash with even more intense light than before. "It's not your fault, it's Zhong Shi, that bastard, who stole the spirit stone mine too much, triggering the foundation of the entire 5 islands of illusionary spirit." Debao had just run to Lu Ping's side and breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, his eyes immediately widened and he said, "The entire 5 islands of illusionary spirit. Doesn't that mean that Mara might take the opportunity to attack?" Lu Ping did not have time to answer. Both his hands pointed at the same time, and the last 2 runes were touched. The teleportation portal was instantly formed. Lu Ping pulled Debao and said, "Quick, let's go." On the rocky outskirts of Yuanling Island, a faint white light flashed between 2 boulders, and a young Dharma adept with a strong demonic aura suddenly appeared in the middle of the rocky outskirts. Lu Ping turned around and looked at the 2 strange rocks. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not destroy them. Instead, he quickly walked to the seal of the mine and dug out the empty essence from the stone pillar. At this time, the tremors of the spirit stone mine on Yuanling Island had already attracted the attention of the many Dharma adepts who were fighting with Mara in the sky above Yuanling Island. It was just that Mara's attack was too intense and he could not spare anyone to investigate. Dong Yun Laozu naturally thought that this was because of Zhong Shi, so he would not bring people to capture his own disciple first. Thus, he did not pay attention to this. Lu Ping hid his tracks along the way, not worrying that anyone would discover him. After leaving Yuanling Island, he flew towards Phantom City. At this time, the Phantom Palace was already in a mess. 9 great adepts of both the human and demon races had gathered in the palace and were looking at a huge array board that had appeared on the ground. A few adepts who were obviously at the Dharma stage and above were either squatting or crawling on the ground, following the runes that had appeared on the array board to examine, calculate, and search for something. At this time, these Dharma adepts, who were obviously spell formation grandmasters, no longer had the aura of a grandmaster. On the contrary, under the pressure of the 9 great adepts, their foreheads were all sweating profusely. Finally, an old man dressed in a fiery red robe could not help but shout, "Have you found it yet? Where exactly is the problem?" A mid-Dharma spell formation grandmaster suddenly said happily, "I've found it. It's in the northwest direction. There's a problem with the Spirit Stone mine on Yuanling Island." "Yuanling Island?" The red-robed adept shouted, "What are you waiting for? Let's go to Yuanling Island." Before he could move, his sleeve was suddenly pulled by a adept beside him, who said, "Friend Chongtian, please wait." The red-robed adept was the great adept of the Fire Phoenix race, Yang Chongtian Laozu. Seeing that someone had actually dared to pull his sleeve, he suddenly turned around and was about to shout, but when he saw that it was Yuan Chong Laozu from the Crystal Palace, his expression froze, but he still said angrily, "Why are you pulling the old man? If there's a problem with the Spirit Stone mine, the protective array of the Phantom 5 Islands will be weakened. Mara's army is already attacking that place with all their might. What if the array is broken?" Without waiting for Yuan Chong Laozu to explain, a spell formation grandmaster who had been lying on the ground and calculating something had already explained, "The foundation of the array of the Phantom 5 Islands is the Spirit Stone mine, but the effect is the opposite. If there's a problem with the Phantom Island in the northwest direction, the weakening of the array should be in the southeast direction. In the southeast direction, isn't that the Chengling Island that our 3 main tribes are guarding?" The 3 great adepts of the demon clan, including Yang Chongtian, rose into the air, but before the 3 of them could leave the Phantom Palace, they heard an earth-shattering sound coming from the southeast direction of the Phantom Palace. In the southeast sky, a huge hole seemed to tear the sky apart, and countless Mara were flocking in through the hole. Chapter 1052. Lu Ping flew all the way to Phantom City. At this time, the entire Phantom City was in chaos. In the southeastern sky, there was a hole in the matrix that had been torn open. Mara's army swarmed in from it, forming a torrent. Lu Ping hurried all the way through the mystic spirit city, heading towards a secluded area. Fortunately, everyone was in a state of panic, so no one noticed his movements. Lu Ping walked to a remote area, and a thin layer of water split open on his face and dripped onto the ground. Taking off the demon transformation bracelet on his wrist, Lu Ping returned to his original appearance. Lu Ping handed Zhong Shiyi's storage ritual implement to Dabao. At this time, Dabao was frantically sorting out the spirit stones that Zhong Shiyi had stolen in the House of Gold. Although Lu Ping did not carefully check the number of spirit stones, a portion of it was the Kang Hai sect's share on Yuanling Island. Just like how Tienkang Laozu had given his share of Zhenling's spirit stones to Lu Ping, Zhong Shiyi had also taken care of the Kang Hai sect's share of spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones that Zhong Shiyi had stolen from the mine, the total amount was even higher than Zhenling's share. No wonder the Kang Hai sect had originally had the chance to enter the top 10 of the 25 sects on Yuanling Island, but they had obviously given up. With this kind of thievery, they could not even compete with the top 5 sects of the first tier, much less the 6th to 10th tier sects. Walking out of the remote alley, Lu Ping turned back and walked quickly towards the crowded area. After a while, he suddenly stopped. When he looked up, he saw 2 people looking at him from afar. A look of joy appeared on Lu Ping's face. He quickly walked over and said, "Brother Yuan, I didn't expect to meet you here." The 2 people were Yuan Feixiang and the middle Dharma servant known as Mr. Wen. Seeing that it was Lu Ping, Yuan Feixiang smiled and cupped his fists. "Brother Lu, are you going to Chengling Island as well?" Lu Ping nodded to Mr. Wen and said, "I was going to rush over as well. But I had some private matters to attend to in the Phantom City. So, the elders of the sect are urgently calling me back. I assume it's because of the rescue mission on Chengling Island. Brother Yuan, you're going ahead of me. I'm going to rush over with my fellow cultivators." Yuan Feixiang smiled and said, "That's good too. Brother Lu is the future star of your sect. The elders of your sect must first confirm Brother Lu's safety before they can be at ease." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Brother Yuan must be joking. Let's meet again in a moment." After bidding farewell to Yuan Feixiang in a hurry, Lu Ping had many doubts in his mind. But he did not have time to think about them, because Qiankang Laozu's decree was already in his hands. At this moment, 9 strong auras suddenly rose from the direction of the Phantom Hall. Then, 9 rays of flowing light shot out. 2 of them turned and flew in the northwest direction, while the remaining 7 flew all the way to Chengling Island in the southeast. 9 great adepts. Lu Ping looked at the 2 rays of flowing light that were obviously flying towards Yuanling Island. He wondered if they would discover something fishy about the Blue Sea sect. On Lingling Island, when Lu Ping arrived, Qiankang Laozu was already preparing to lead a group of Junling disciples to Chengling Island to help. Seeing that Lu Ping had returned, Qiankang Laozu was delighted and said, "You're back just in time. The old man is preparing to go to Chengling Island. I'll leave this place to you to guard." Lu Ping looked at the disciples following Qiankang Laozu. Almost all of them were second-generation cultivators like Sage Xian Shu and some third-generation disciples. Xian Yong, Xian Ling and the other outstanding cultivators of the third generation were excluded by Qiankang Laozu for some reason. So, Lu Ping smiled and said, "Disciple will go with Grand Uncle Master. We can take care of each other." Qiankang Laozu refused without hesitation, "You can't go. The station on Lingling Island cannot be left unguarded. One of us must stay here." Lu Ping knew what Qiankang Laozu was thinking, but he still smiled and said, "It seems that there is only a gap on Chengling Island. The formation has not collapsed. Grand Uncle Master might have to join forces with others when you get there. Can Grand Uncle Master trust them? When the time comes, Disciple and Grand Uncle Master will have the confidence to escape even if we encounter Azura. Why do you have to be on guard against others when you work with them?" Chengling Island was the place where the 3 major tribes of the Demon Clan were stationed. Just like how the Crystal Palace and the 9 major sects occupied the only giant spirit stone mine on Phantom Island, the 3 major tribes of the Demon Clan also occupied a spirit stone mine. There was also a stone spirit island in the northeast, which was occupied by the other tribes of the East Sea Demon Clan. When Junling and the others arrived on Chengling Island, the entire island was already in chaos. Fortunately, other than the overall defense formation of the Phantom Island, each island could also defend itself, so Mara's army did not spread to the other 4 islands after they entered the island. This was also due to the estrangement between the human and demon clans in the past. Coupled with the participation of several great cultivators from the human and demon clans, Mara's army and the human and demon clans began to fight fiercely around Chengling Island. Out of caution, Qiankang Laozu and Lu Ping did not approve of the core forging adepts of their sect forming a formation and advancing into the island. More than 20 core forging adepts of Junling quickly formed the 3 talents 5 elements formation. The formation formed by more than 20 core forging adepts was enough to fight against 2 or 3 Dharma adepts. Under the command of immortal Xian Shu, they only relied on the inner formation of Phantom Island to resist Mara's attack at the edge of Chengling Island. Lu Ping and Qiankang Laozu both rose into the air. Both of them could already see that in the sky near Yuanling Island, Yuan Chong Laozu of the Crystal Palace was already surrounded by more than 10 early and mid-Dharma adepts. Seeing Qiankang Laozu and Lu Ping arrive, Yuan Chong Laozu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Old man, I'll be straightforward. Although the situation on Chengling Island was sudden, it is far from irreversible. There were some problems on Yuanling Island, which directly caused the 5 islands' defense formation to be weakened, especially on Chengling Island. Coupled with the sudden appearance of a large number of poison Shura, the defense formation on Chengling Island was directly broken through poison Shura? How could such a thing appear on such a large scale?" Yuan Chong Laozu seemed to be rather displeased with the Dharma adept who had interrupted him, but under such circumstances, he did not explode on the spot. Instead, he explained, "Before this, North Sea Junling informed Phantom Palace of the news of the appearance of poison Shura. Before this, We had already informed our fellow friends, but we did not expect the poison Shura to appear on such a large scale. However, everyone can see the hole in the southeast sky that has been broken through. The group of Shura that is guarding the hole and using their supernatural powers to continuously expand the hole are the poison Shura. Everyone turned to look in the direction that Yuan Chong Laozu had pointed out. Indeed, at the hole that had been broken through on Chengling Island, there was a group of Shura guarding the hole, not moving at all. At the same time, batches of Mara's army were continuously pouring in from outside the island. Yuan Chong Laozu's voice once again rang out in everyone's ears. He said, "Our fellow friends who have just arrived have already engaged the many blood Mara, Jade Shura, and Jade Demon who have entered Chengling Island. They will do their best to delay the important forces of Mara's army for us. Our task is to split into 2 groups and go around the battlefield from both sides. Once we enter the battlefield, we will chase this group of poison Shura away and at the same time seal the hole." Amid Dharma Laozu could not help but ask, with our abilities, if our fellow friends on the island are able to delay Mara's army from returning to support us, it is not impossible to rush to the hole and chase the group of poison Shura away. However, there is a hole there, and Mara's army is continuously pouring in. Once the Asuras or even the legendary heavenly demons appear, with our level of practice, even if we outnumber them, it will be difficult to seal the hole. Yuan Chong Laozu knew that if he did not dispel the doubts in these people's hearts, they would definitely not follow him and take the risk. So he said, "Everyone, don't worry. 2 great practitioners have already rushed to Yuanling Island to investigate. Once the source of the problem affecting the formation on Chengling Island is eliminated, the hole in the formation will immediately close up. As long as we chase the poison Shura away, the hole will immediately close up. Otherwise, with the poison Shura constantly suppressing the recovery of the formation and even widening the hole, not only will Mara's army be able to rush in faster, but once the Asuras and Jade Demons appear, I'm afraid we will not be able to stop them in time." At this moment, the island's protective formation of the entire 5 islands of illusory spirits let out a low rumble once again. A layer of faint light flashed on the protective shield of the formation. Yuan Chong Laozu said happily, "The danger on Yuanling Island has been eliminated. I'm counting on you all." The recovery of the formation caused a commotion among the group of black Asuras guarding the hole in the formation. Clearly, they had noticed that the formation had changed. The entire island's protective formation rippled like water. The faint light was like waves gathering towards the hole in the formation, and it was getting brighter and faster. Colorful smoke rose from the group of poison Shura and sprayed towards the hole in the formation. At this moment, the circle of light that had gathered the power of the entire formation in an attempt to seal the hole had also reached its peak. It emitted a blinding light and rushed towards the hole. The 2 collided. First, the hole shrank rapidly, and then it began to expand under the corrosion of the various poisonous fog. Then, it fell into a stalemate. At this time, Yuan Chong Laozu led close to 20 Dharma adepts and rushed towards the hole in the formation from the left and right. Very quickly, they attracted the attention of the Mara army that had entered Chengling Island. Amidst the howling of a Jade Demon, 2 groups of Mara quickly rushed out from the battlefield and blocked off the Dharma adepts. The moment that Jade Demon gave the order, it also revealed its position. A great demon adept broke through the blockade of Mara surrounding it and went straight for the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon no longer had time to give orders, and the nearby Mara army was in chaos. Dozens of Luon rose from Chengling Island and took the opportunity to attack the group of Mara, forcing the group of Mara to retreat. Tian Kang Laozu took the lead, and the mountain-splitting axe in his hand came crashing down. There was no one who could withstand it, and even the Jade Shura did not dare to take the mountain-splitting axe's attack head-on. Furthermore, behind Tian Kang Laozu, Lu Ping's pair of swords happened to protect his 2 wings. The Moonwater Sword was unpredictable, and it was difficult to defend against. Occasionally, there would be bolts of Yin Water Divine Lightning that struck the group of Mara that was blocking their way. Even if the 2 of them were to meet 1 or 2 Blood Mara blocking their way, they would still be beaten into a corner. Therefore, the 2 of them seemed to be very relaxed as they advanced. If it wasn't for the fact that they did not want to be too conspicuous among the crowd and attract more of the Mara army, they could have easily caught up to Yuan Chong Laozu's progress. Chapter 1053. Under the leadership of the Crystal Palace's Grand Adept Yuan Chong Laozu, nearly 20 Dharma adepts split into two groups and charged towards the gap in the formation, intending to reseal the gap and cut off Mara's escape route. Whether it was the pair of scissors or the blood-orange sword, although Lu Ping had better killing weapons in his hands, these two weapons could not see the light of day. He could only use the thin water-flowing sword, the nether water sword, and a few other magical powers to attack the enemy. Even so, the effect was no less than that of the adepts of the same level who had spirit treasures in their hands. Lu Ping and Tienkang Laozu were lucky to be in the middle of the right path with Yuan Chong Laozu. Because Yuan Chong Laozu was charging in front, most of the Mara's attention was taken away. Tienkang Laozu and Lu Ping's combined strength was far superior to that of the others, so it was not difficult for them to advance. It was also because of Yuan Chong Laozu's efforts that the adepts of the other sects did not dare to be too slow. They all chased after him from both sides, or killed more or less to share the pressure. This was also because of Yuan Chong Laozu's identity as a Grand Adept of the Crystal Palace. Everyone was somewhat afraid of him, but they did not dare to outwardly oppose him. Perhaps it was because of this that when a few Grand Adepts came to rescue Chengling Island, in the end, only Yuan Chong Laozu was left to wait for the other sect's reinforcements to arrive to carry out the task of cutting off Mara's escape route and sealing the gap in the formation. Yuan Feixiang pointed one hand to the sky, and the other to the dozens of Mara that were coming towards him. A ray of 7-colored lightning shot down from the sky, and the lightning wreaked havoc in the group of Mara. The dozens of Mara exploded in the air, leaving no survivors. Mr. Wen stood behind him. Any Mara that got close to him was silently cut into pieces, and then slowly melted and evaporated. With the two of them working together, Mara, who was nearby, did not dare to move forward for a moment. Yuan Fei looked up at the gap in the sky. Naturally, she also saw the Dharma adepts who had split into two groups and were charging towards the gap. Mr. Wen's voice sounded from behind him. Although the formation was weakened due to the influence of the Spirit Stone mine on the 5 Phantom Islands, it would have been very difficult to open such a small gap without Poison Azura's sudden appearance and restraining effect on the formation. Yuan Feixiang's expression was slightly gloomy, as if she was slightly disappointed. There seemed to be a strange space around Mr. Wen's body. If any Mara came within 300 feet of him, they would be attacked by the power of the space. Anyone below the Blood Mara level would be killed instantly. Yuan Feixiang suddenly laughed and said, "Isn't this just right?" Most of the great adepts from the various sects and tribes have arrived outside the formation to intercept the hidden Asuras. At most, there are only a few Jade Asuras and Jade Demons that have come in. In that case, we should take advantage of the situation to pursue and kill all the Mara that have entered Chengling Island. After saying this, there was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he was already more than 100 feet away. The power of thunder and lightning was centered around Yuan Feixiang, and it spread out in all directions. The dozens of Mara that were around him were beaten black and blue. Then, in a flash, he was another 100 feet away. It seemed that he was heading in the direction of the gap. Seeing this, Mr. Wen followed without saying a word. On the battlefield, there was a group of adepts that were charging left and right. When they encountered a Jade Shura, they dared to fight it head-on, injuring it and forcing it to retreat. The leader of the group was at the early Dharma stage. Above his head was a 9-story glazed pagoda that was dazzling to the eyes. It was like a dreamy water curtain that was hanging down from the pagoda, and the defense was solid. At the same time, a machete was circling around his body. Every time it flew out, at least 2 or more Mara would be killed. "Brother Qin, why did you stop?" Behind the leader of the adepts, another adept at the early Dharma stage, saw that he had stopped and could not help but ask curiously. Brother Qin looked at the sky in the distance and said, "Brother Ju, take your brothers and fight your way out. I have to leave for a while." The friar heard this and panicked. He said, "Brother Qin, where are you going? If you don't take charge, the power of our Dao soldier formation will be greatly reduced. If we encounter the Jade Shura or the Jade Demon again, We will not be able to fight them. Brother Qin did not pay attention to Brother Ju's advice. He had already turned into a beam of light and was flying into the sky. He only said, "That is why I asked you to take your men and rush out. Don't stay in the center anymore. I want to meet that poison Shura." Without the protection of Brother Qin's 9-story lapis lazuli pagoda, the power of the Dao soldier formation was greatly reduced. Brother Ju gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat, retreat." Perhaps Mara, who was outside the formation, had already sensed that the human and demon adepts were working together to seal the gap in the formation. At the same time, because the hidden danger that had affected the normal operation of the formation had been eliminated, the formation's ability to repair itself had increased again. With a series of roars, 4 Jade Shura squeezed through the gap. 2 of them went to block the Dharma adepts who were rushing in from the left, while the other 2 Jade Shura rushed towards the group of Dharma adepts that Lu Ping and the others were in. With a shout, a dazzling light appeared in Yuanchong Laozu's hand. The light turned into 2 beams of light in the sky, striking towards the 2 Jade Shura. At the same time, a beautiful 9-story crystal pagoda rose above Yuanchong Laozu's head. He had actually managed to hold back the 2 Jade Shura by himself. "Everyone, do your best to advance. You must get rid of the poison Shura. Mara's army on Yuanling Island is already heading here as reinforcements. Once Chengling Island is lost, the other 4 islands will definitely be affected. Please." 1 Jade Shura was usually able to challenge a Da Shura. Even if Yuanchong Laozu had a spirit treasure, it would not be easy to hold them back if 2 Jade Shura joined forces. At this time, everyone was already deep in the back of the battlefield. Mara's army was doing their best to return. They could only advance and defeat the poison Shura who was preventing the formation from healing. They could then cut off the connection between the formation and Mara. That was the only way they could win this battle. Although the cultivators of the various sects could not be as united as one, they were not ignorant. At this time, the only way to win was to move forward bravely. Tienkang Laozu was the first to rush forward. Lu Ping looked around and found that there were indeed cultivators who wanted to follow. Lu Ping laughed coldly and pulled away from Tienkang Laozu by dozens of feet. The thin water and long stream swords turned into 2 giant dragons of sword light to protect the 2 wings. The yin water divine thunder fell from the sky and raged from the left and right wings, leaving no room for the cultivators of other sects to intervene. At this time, if there were any cultivators who wanted to follow behind the 2 of them and take advantage of the situation, they would have to hide hundreds of feet away from the battle. These Dharma adepts were all famous people. They could take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation, but if they were known to be passive in avoiding the battle at this critical moment, then they would offend all the sects that participated in the battle. Even the Crystal Palace could not withstand this kind of pressure. Because Yuanchong Laozu was sharing the pressure, and the 2 Dharma adepts Zhenling were advancing bravely, the group of cultivators that Lu Ping was in was the first to reach the poison Shura group. Lu Ping hurriedly stopped Tienkang Laozu, who was in front. The cultivators from the other sects, who were charging forward from the 2 wings, saw that victory was right in front of them. The opportunity to gain battle credits and increase their fame was right before them. Moreover, although the poison Shura before them were strange, their cultivation levels were generally lower than Mara's army. Thus, they all overtook Tienkang Laozu and charged into the poison Shura group. However, in just a moment, several Dharma adepts who had charged into the group cried out and retreated from the group of poison Shura. The Dharma adepts stared at the various protective chi shields and magic treasures. All of them had more or less been corroded by the poisonous fog. Moreover, the area of corrosion was stubbornly increasing. It was clear that these Dharma adepts were still in a state of shock. Clearly, the power that the poison Shura had displayed earlier had frightened the Dharma adepts Laozu. Grand Marshal Uncle, these are 2 poison avoidance pills that Disciple refined using the Myriad Wonder Dew as a catalyst. One is to be taken orally and the other is to be kept in the mouth. These poison Azura are definitely bred in the Myriad Poison Vault, and their poison is extremely strong. Although their cultivation isn't high, it's better to advance steadily and advance step by step. Lu Ping handed the 2 pills to Qiankang Laozu. At the same time, a black flame rose from the top of Lu Ping's head and transformed into a black fire lotus. Dozens of flames flew out from the fire lotus and landed on the black poisonous fog that was still stubbornly clinging to the bodies of the other Dharma adepts. The poisonous fog was instantly uprooted by these flames and then fell into the fire lotus. The color of the fire lotus suddenly became even more black and strange. The damage to the protective chi shields was only the damage to the Dharma adept's inner yuan. If it was not considered serious, it would be much more difficult to repair the magic treasures that had been corroded. Even so, the other Laozu still thanked Lu Ping. Having learned their lesson, the other Laozu undoubtedly became much more cautious. They surrounded the poison Shura and began to attack steadily, no longer rushing for results. Although this was a little slow, it was a solid advancement. In particular, Lu Ping's Yin Kuei Shui Thunder completely ignored the weakening effect of the Poison Shura's special power and was extremely damaging to the Poison Shura. Every time Lu Ping used the Yin Kuei Shui Thunder, the Poison Shura would be forced to constantly dodge and retreat, causing chaos in the Poison Shura's formation. The other Laozu would then take the opportunity to clean up and advance the battle line. At this moment, behind Lu Ping and the others, a huge Yuan Qi giant snake whizzed through the air and crashed into the group of Poison Shura. It went on a rampage, messing up the Poison Shura's formation and causing countless casualties. However, the Poison Shura's poisonous fog power could not harm the giant snake at all. Immediately after, a voice rang out. "Brother Tsunami, wait for me." A huge spear shot from the sky, piercing through the heads of 3 Poison Shura. A demon practitioner leaped into the midst of the Poison Shura and grabbed the giant spear. With a sweep of the spear, all the Poison Shura within a radius of 200 feet were smashed to pieces. This person was naturally Lu Ping. It was Chu Haitian, whom he had saved previously. As for the giant Yuan Qi snake that had transformed earlier, it was naturally the green sea snakes, the first of the 3 generations, Chu Haitian. So it's a practitioner from the green sea snakes. No wonder he could ignore the Poison Shura's special power. Chapter 1054. The appearance of the 2 demon cultivators, Chu Hailan and Chu Haiping, hastened the encirclement and annihilation of Poison Azura. However, although Poison Azura did not participate in the Battle of Chengling Island, he arranged the clans according to their cultivation from the inside to the outside. Their progress was not slow, but most of the Poison Azura tribes had low cultivation. As Laozu and the others ventured deeper, more and more Poison Azura of Greater Mara's level joined the fray, causing their progress to slow down. Even when Chu Hailan and Chu Haiying joined forces, they did not dare to venture deeper alone, fearing that they would be surrounded by the Poison Azura tribes. At this moment, another fiery light streaked across the sky, smashing into the Poison Azura group and exploding into a huge fireball. The Poison Azura within the range of the fireball were either killed or injured. Clouds of poisonous mist were melted by the orange-red flames. Haha, Chu Haixiao, I was wondering why our competition to kill Mo Luo had reached a critical juncture, yet you had slipped away. It turns out that you have come here. Could it be that you think that you can gain an advantage here just by relying on your Emerald Sea Spirit Snake Clan's poison immunity talent? I, Flame Coffin, will compete with you. If I kill more Poison Azura than you, the title of the strongest of the 3rd generation of the Overseas Demon Clan will fall on my head. A firebird descended from the sky, and another 3 fireballs flew out from its body, blasting open an empty space in the midst of the Poison Azura tribe. The firebird fell into it, and the flames on its body gradually receded, turning into a thin, tall, and handsome young man with red hair and eyebrows. He shouted at Chu Haitian, who was fighting the Poison Azura not far away. HMPH, Flame Coffin. CHMPH, Flame Spirit Coffin, you think you're worthy of being compared to Big Brother Tsunami? Don't think I don't know that you've taken a fancy to Yang Lingqi, but she doesn't like you. In order to get rid of you, she agreed to defeat Big Brother Tsunami and take the title of the strongest of the 3rd generation of the Overseas Demon race before meeting you. Her intention was to make you give up. Do you really think you can compare to Big Brother Tsunami? The Flame Spirit Coffin was so angry that it roared. A 3-foot-tall flame rose from its body, and it jumped around in the crowd of poisonous asuras. All the poisonous asuras that came into contact with the flame were set ablaze. The flame spirit coffin scolded, "Chu Hai Ren, you follower, shut up. I'm going to compete with Chu Hai Ren, and you're not qualified to interrupt. Chu Hai Ren, just tell me, do you dare to compete or not?" Chu Haitian's cold voice was heard. "I, Chu Haitian, don't think that I can take the title of the strongest of the 3rd-generation cultivator of the overseas demon clan for sure. But no matter how useless I am, I'm still much stronger than a firebird like you." The flame coffin was surprisingly calm this time, and did not roar again. Instead, he sneered and said, "Then let's wait and see." The rash, reckless, and arrogant performance from before seemed to be a deliberate act. Many cultivators from various sects could not help but feel wary. Human cultivators had always prided themselves on being far more intelligent than other races, which was why they often had a sense of superiority and looked down on other races. In fact, a small part of the reason why humans and demons had been enemies since ancient times was also because of this. Now that they saw the scene in front of them, this kind of provocation was not something new. However, the flame coffin of the Fire Phoenix clan had deliberately put on a domineering performance and then calmly and rationally changed. This was what chilled the hearts of all the human cultivators. Before the two of them could make a bet, a heavenly river descended from the sky. From the river, a giant fish that was almost 100 feet long jumped out. The pair of fins under its abdomen were almost like a pair of wings. It glided down from the sky and opened its mouth towards the group of poison asuras. Immediately, more than a dozen great asuras were swallowed into its stomach. "Then count me in as well," a deep voice rang out. The giant fish turned into a giant that was 3 feet tall, but he looked extremely young. "Aha, Kong Chen Jun is here too. Although your talent is amazing, you can use it to swallow poison asuras. Aren't you afraid that you'll be poisoned to death?" Chu Haiwu immediately shouted. Obviously, this Kong Chen Jun was also an extraordinary existence among the 3rd-generation cultivators of the Kuan clan. Kong Chen Jun chuckled. He looked quite simple and honest. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a black spring. The black spring sprayed dozens of feet away and stained the bodies of several poison asuras. Immediately, a burst of black smoke rose. The poison asuras screamed in horror as they were killed by the backlash. Good move. Since the demon friends are so interested, how about I, Qin, join in? A 9-story glazed pagoda appeared in the sky. The layers of the pagoda were lit up one by one. When the highest layer was lit up, an invisible barrier expanded outwards. All the poison asuras that were pushed by the barrier were crushed into pieces. A young cultivator in his late 30s slowly descended from the sky. It was senior brother Qin from the Crystal Palace. "Qin Shijun, I didn't expect you to come too." The first to speak was actually Chu Haitian. "Haha, very good, very good. I didn't expect the first direct disciple of the Crystal Palace to be here. It seems that the 3rd-generation disciple can really fight for the title of the first overseas cultivator." The flame spirit coffin was stunned at first, but then he clapped his hands and laughed. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely, as if to express the raging fighting spirit in his heart. Kong Chen Jun chuckled and said, "This is going to be interesting." At this moment, a series of battle cries came from the other side of the gap in the formation. It turned out that the other group of cultivators had finally broken through Mara's blockade and killed their way to the front of the battle of the poison asuras. The cultivator at the front was covered in lightning. Every poison asura that was struck by him was annihilated by the lightning before turning into a cloud of black fog. Yuan Feixiang took the lead and killed his way into the group of poison asuras. Mr. Wen, who was behind him, was nowhere to be seen. He invited them to fight from the other side. "I didn't expect to see such a scene." Green Sea Snake Chu Haitian, Fire Phoenix Flame Coffin, Kuan Fish Kong Chen Jun, Crystal Palace Qin Shijun. "I wonder if Yuan Feixiang is qualified to compete with you." As soon as Yuan Feixiang's voice fell, he heard Qin Shijun laugh and say, "So it's brother Yuan. I originally thought that our human clan was weak this time, and the few junior brothers of our sect did not make it to the 5 islands of the illusionary spirit. This time, I'm afraid that we will be defeated by the few fellow Taoists of the demon clan. I never thought that Brother Yuan would be here as well. Chu Haitian also said, the descendant of the #1 aristocratic family in the Middle Mainland. What a great reputation. I hope you won't disappoint us. Flame Coffin also said loudly, let's have a good show. Kong Qianjun sneered and said, so you are from the Yuan family. Well, let's have a competition today. We will let the cultivation world know that the Kuan Fish clan is the #1 lineal bloodline of Peng Daoren. Yuan Feixiang didn't take the provocation seriously. Instead, he shouted at the cultivators who had been fighting steadily on the outskirts, Brother Zhenling, is Brother Lu here? It's such a good opportunity, but Brother Lu is just watching the show quietly. I'm afraid it's not right, isn't it? Originally, Lu Ping and Tienkang Laozu had joined hands to suppress Poison Azura. Although the successive appearances of Chu Haitian and the others had surprised Lu Ping was confident that his cultivation was not weaker than these people. He didn't want to compete with these prominent cultivators. After all, the Zhenling sect behind Lu Ping was far from being on par with these famous sects and clans. Lu Ping didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to his sect. However, after Yuan Feixiang called out, Lu Ping could no longer hide. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined and he would be despised by others. Even if Lu Ping stood out, he wouldn't be recognized by the others. Lu Ping could only face the difficulties head-on and win respect with his strength. Otherwise, Lu Ping would still end up with an undeserved reputation. Of course, if Lu Ping's strength was recognized, Lu Ping's reputation would be even greater after this battle. Yuan Feixiang's call seemed to give Lu Ping a chance to stand on equal footing with the others, but in fact, it was full of danger. One wrong move and his reputation would be ruined. North Sea. Zhenling. Since the fall of Fei Ling sect, is there any other powerful sect in North Sea? As expected, as soon as Yuan Feixiang finished speaking, the flame spirit coffin snorted coldly. He, Zhenling Lu Tianping. I've heard a little about him. Is he up to it? Kong Qianjuan's simple and honest smile could fool those who didn't know his background into thinking for Lu Ping's safety. After all, this competition would definitely involve them killing their way into the hinterland of Poison Azura. It was definitely a risk of life and death. The Laozu from the other sects who were advancing side by side with Zhenling looked at Tienkang Laozu and Lu Ping with a mocking expression. Tienkang Laozu's expression was dark and he didn't say a word. Lu Ping, on the other hand, smiled and nodded slightly at Tienkang Laozu. The thin water-flowing sword let out a deafening cry. Many of the adepts who were controlling their flying swords cried out in alarm. The flying swords in their hands actually felt as if they were about to lose control when the thin water-flowing sword let out a long cry. Chu Haitian gripped the Jade Cloud sword in his hand tightly. Naturally, the Jade Cloud sword would not be intimidated by the power of the thin water-flowing sword, but it also let out a similar cry. It wasn't yielding, but it was warning. None of the Dharma adepts present were blind. Naturally, Lu Ping's sect returning swords was more than enough for him to compete with many of the third-generation elites present. Just as the thin water-flowing sword let out a sword cry, the 2 sword dragons that had been circling around Tienkang Laozu's wings roared into the sky. Instantly, they flew out from the wings and crashed into the group of Poison Azura. In an instant, more than 10 core forging stage Poison Azura were torn to shreds. Lu Ping followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, he had also entered deep into the group of Poison Azura. The surrounding poisonous fog continued to gather towards him, but the golden shield around Lu Ping's body shone brighter and brighter. Since Brother Yuan has invited me, how would I dare not accept? If that was the case, then why not fight it out? Although Lu Ping kept a low profile, this did not mean that Lu Ping's heart was lacking in passion and pride. In such a situation, Lu Ping naturally had to take on the responsibility. Chapter 1055. It's you. It's you. 2 exclamations rang out one after another. The first one was filled with hostility, and the second one was filled with disbelief. These two people were none other than Chu Haitian and Chu Haijin. As soon as the thin water-flowing sword appeared, the two of them naturally recognized that the person in front of them was the mysterious cultivator Lu Ju who had saved Chu Haijin from the blood azura in the fallen secret land. However, at that time, Lu Ju was full of demonic qi. Obviously, he was a member of the demon clan. How did he become a cultivator of the North Sea Junling now? A small part of the reason why Lu Ping had kept a low profile was that he was afraid of being recognized by the two green sea snakes. After all, Lu Ping had saved Chu Haijin because he had other plans. However, after being challenged by Yuan Feixiang, he could no longer care about this plan. This time, it might backfire. Lu Ping cupped his hands and said with a wry smile, "Brothers Chu, we meet again. Previously, in the fallen secret land, I used the demon-transforming bracelet to conceal my identity. I'm really sorry." Chu Haitian snorted coldly and said, "I knew that you were up to no good, but you didn't have to be so hypocritical." Chu Haijin said with a complicated expression, "In any case, Brother Lu has indeed saved my life. Even though I concealed my identity as a human, Brother Lu is still my savior." Lu Ping's smile became even more wry. 10,000 swords contend. Good move. Qin Shijun laughed and said, "I've heard that junior brother Wu highly praised Lu Daoyu. Today, I've seen that you live up to your reputation. Today's challenge will be fair. Both the human clan and the demon clan will have 3 people each. We will fight for who is stronger and who is stronger. What do you think?" The flame spirit coffin shouted, "Today's fight is only for fun. Who cares about race? Anyway, it's just this group of poison asuras. We can fight however we want. Why are there so many rules? You human clan cultivators are just too boring." However, Qin Shijun didn't feel offended in the slightest. Instead, he smiled and said, "Looks like I was too impulsive. Fine, we'll fight our own battles today. All I want is to be happy." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Qianjun, who looked the most simple-minded, was the first to attack. A giant fish tail condensed in the air and swept forward. Any poison azura that was hit by the tail was smashed into a cloud of black mist, while those that were not hit were blown away by the strong wind generated by the fish tail. They fell towards where the others were. What Kong Qianjun did was not only to kill the enemy, but also to disturb the other competitors. It was indeed a good plan. The others all cursed him for seeming simple and honest, but in fact, he was cunning. He had taken care of those poison shura that were falling from the sky, but he had already let Kong Qianjun take the initiative. Kong Qianjun laughed out loud. He dashed forward like a hurricane, heading deep into the poison azura's territory. The others followed suit. They did not join hands with each other, fighting on their own as they went deep into the poison azura's territory. Lu Ping opened the way with the thin water-flowing sword. In a moment, Lu Ping had already noticed that the other 5's killing treasures were all First Tribulation Spirit treasures. Kong Qianjun had a giant fish tail fan, the Flame Spirit coffin had a fire bead, Chu Haitian had the Blue Heaven sword, Yuan Feixiang had a thunder awl, and Qin Shijun's scimitar. Even so, the thin water-flowing sword was still as powerful as a spirit treasure in Lu Ping's hands after the combination of the 2 swords. The 2 sword dragons circled and attacked each other, clearing the way for Lu Ping to move forward. For a moment, the 5 advanced side by side, with only Kong Qianjun slightly ahead. Facing the poison magic of the poison shura, Yuan Feixiang had a relatively easy time with her thunder and lightning magic. Chu Haitian was strolling leisurely. The flame of the flame spirit coffin burned all kinds of poison magic with a sizzling sound. There was always running water flowing around Kong Qianjun's body, splashing the water that was contaminated with poison magic back at Kong Qianjun, giving him a taste of his own medicine, which helped him move forward. As for Qin Shijun, it seemed that he was completely resisting. The layers of light curtains hanging down from the 9-story glazed pagoda seemed to be endless, and no matter how many poison magic was applied on them, they could not corrode the light curtains. Lu Ping glanced at the 9-story glazed pagoda that was lit up, and a trace of doubt flashed across his mind. Then, he fell into deep thought. Ever since Lu Ping combined his protective vigor qi into one and used the myriad poison meteorite power as the main body to construct the heavenly water curtain, The power of this great protective magic seemed to have grown to the limit. However, after the battle with the Poison Shorer, Lu Ping instinctively wanted to collect the essence of the fallen Poison Shorer, but he suddenly found that his protective vigor chi was slowly and continuously absorbing the poisonous mist that pervaded the air. This poisonous mist was mostly made up of the essence of the Poison Shorer and the poison magic. Lu Ping could clearly feel that the quality of the protective vigor chi had improved. Lu Ping had many ways to resist poison. Other than the protective vigor chi, he also had the dark prison poisonous fire. However, Lu Ping had left the dark prison poisonous fire for Tian Kang Laozu. With old ancestor Tian Kang's abilities, even if he could face Poison Azura's innate divine arts head-on, he would still have to expend a large amount of true essence to defend against the invasion of these divine arts. With the black prison venom fire in his hands, old ancestor Tian Kang's ability to continue fighting had undoubtedly been greatly extended. The most important thing that Lu Ping had, and also the trump card that allowed him to enter the Poison Shorer formation unscrupulously with the others, was naturally the pool of liquid in the Golden House that was unknown whether it was the 10,000 poison source liquid or the 10,000 poison paste. While the protective vigor chi would only slowly absorb some of the poison mist to strengthen itself while resisting the attack of poison magic, the space door that Lu Ping had opened on his chest had become the window through which the green stone pool unscrupulously absorbed the nearby poison mist. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ping was moving extremely fast, perhaps a spectacular poison mist whirlpool would have formed around Lu Ping and attracted the attention of others. At this time, Lu Ping could feel that the wonder dew at the bottom of the green stone pool seemed to be changing very quickly. The wonder dew that Lu Ping had cut off a third of was being rapidly replenished by the Poison Shorer's original essence with the help of the pool water. A howl suddenly sounded, and Lu Ping was slightly startled. In Lu Ping's mind, he could sense that the moment the howl sounded, the others also paused for a moment. A Jade Shorer level Poison Shorer? When Lu Ping raised his head to look, he saw 6 grey shadows in the Poison Shorer formation coming at the 6 of them from 6 different directions. It was a Blood Poison Shorer. It was obviously obeying the orders of the Jade Poison Shorer from before. It seemed that this Poison Shorer group was led by a Jade Poison Shorer. As he spoke, a Blood Poison Shorer leaped towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping extended his hand and a Kuei Water Divine Lightning struck down on the Blood Poison Shorer's head. The Poison Shorer tried to dodge, but it was extremely difficult to dodge such a great god art of thunder. The Poison Shorer kept using Space God Art to change its position as it let out a strange sound. Then, it took out a wooden staff and pointed it at Lu Ping. Lu Ping felt a cold wind instantly invade his flesh and blood. Of all the defensive measures on his body, only the 1000 poison meteorite vital energy seemed to have a slight effect on it. This strange power instantly spread after invading Lu Ping's body. In Lu Ping's mind, Lu Ping could sense that if this power was not stopped, the hair on his body would fall off from his skin would fall off from his muscles, and his muscles would fall off from his bones. The walls of his blood vessels were also softening, and his blood vessels seemed to have completely lost their circulation channels. Lu Ping suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What a strange god art! 2 loud sounds that sounded like the beating of a drum came from Lu Ping's heart. The blood throughout his body flowed like a raging river, and there was even a hualala sound coming from his body. Spiritual ether surged all over his body. The spiritual ether that had fused with the wonder dew and the water of thunder calamity had an extremely strong resistance and annihilation effect against any kind of poison. It blocked the strange power outside his skin. At this moment, the door of the golden house on his chest opened wide. The strange power that had spread all over Lu Ping's body was immediately absorbed by the green stone pool with extreme ease. However, when Lu Ping opened the invisible door, the Poison Shorer in front of him seemed to have discovered something extremely terrifying. It let out a shrill cry and turned to escape. Lu Ping seemed to have realized something. He knew that this was probably related to the liquid in the green stone pool that had seeped through the door. Naturally, he would not let it leave. He twisted his right thumb and middle finger, and a bolt of lightning shot out. The thin water-flowing sword immediately performed the seepage sword technique, forming a wall of sword light behind the Poison Shorer. The poison Shura panicked when he saw that his escape route was blocked. A sticky black liquid surged from the wooden staff in his hand, and he shot it at the wall of sword light. Lu Ping frowned slightly, but he did not stop it. The black liquid was nurtured in the spirit treasure. If it really came into contact with the treasure, even the treasure would be damaged and tainted. However, when the poisonous liquid seeped into the wall of sword light, the purplish-blue lightning immediately exploded in the wall of sword light. It formed a lightning net with the wall of light, blasting the black liquid into a cloud of black mist. At the same time, the sword light and lightning net flanked the poison Shura from both sides, trapping it within. Seeing that he could not escape, the poison Shura pounced at Lu Ping again. It was obvious that he was fighting with his life on the line. Lu Ping smiled faintly and pointed his finger in the air. A white ray of light shot into poison Azura's body and froze it in mid-air. Then, Lu Ping flipped his hand and pushed the poison Azura back into the sword net with the pushing wave of ocean sword skill. The sword light lightning net closed up immediately. Countless sword light fish with flashing lightning crisscrossed, and poison Shura's shrill howl could be heard from within. Clouds of black mist and ink splashed left and right in the net, but they could not break through the sword light lightning net's restraints. Poison Shura's howl became softer and softer, and eventually disappeared. Lu Ping withdrew his swords, but there was nothing left in the sword net. They had obviously been annihilated by the lightning. Lu Ping secretly felt that it was a pity. At least he should have thrown the poison Shura's body into the bluestone pool. Lu Ping had killed the blood poison Shura with ease. Although it was because Lu Ping had a secret that could restrain the poison Shura, the surrounding poison Shura had still retreated in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping was able to advance. At the same time, he found that Chu Haitian had also killed the blood Shura that was blocking his way. The two of them advanced side by side from different directions and had already surpassed Kong Qianjun. Chapter 1056. After the poison Shura perished, it would also turn into essence. But unlike the other Mara Shuras, the essence of the poison Shura was also poisonous. Under certain circumstances, it was a poison that was even more difficult to deal with than the poison Shura itself. Therefore, the Dharma adepts of the various sects who were surrounding and killing the poison Shura were doing it slowly and steadily. They did not charge straight in like Lu Ping and the others, because they did not want the poison Shura to take advantage of the chaos to rush into Chengling Island and cause mass destruction to the low-level adepts on Chengling Island. Although they were chasing or killing the poison Shura away, they were not chasing them out of the gap in the matrix. Instead, they were trying to get them out of the matrix through the gap. If they could not chase them away, they could only kill them. After killing them, they would have to use their own powers to dissolve the poison that the poison Shura emitted after it died. With such a complicated process, the various sects and demon Dharma adepts added up to nearly 30 people, but their progress was still very slow. Lu Ping killing the blood poison Shura so easily surprised everyone. Chu Haitian and Lu Ping took the lead, advancing side by side. Then, Yuan Feixiang and Qin Shijun almost simultaneously finished off their opponents and caught up, maintaining the same progress as Kong Qianjun, who was slightly behind them. The flame coffin was the last. The death of the 6 blood poison Shuras had obviously alerted the Jade Shura hiding in the center of the poison matrix. There was a loud noise, and a thick cloud of poison mist rapidly shrank in the gap. Then, 3 Jade Shuras squeezed in through the gap. After the 3 Jade Shuras squeezed into Chengling Island, they immediately pounced on Lu Ping and the others. Lu Ping and Chu Haitian intercepted 2 of them first, while Yuan Feixiang, Qin Shijun, and Kong Qianjun rushed over to fight over the other one. In the end, the 3 of them joined forces to attack the Jade Shura. Although they said they were working together, they were actually not cooperating with each other. They were just fighting on their own, but it was enough to beat the Jade Shura into a corner. A Jade Shura with a companion spiritual treasure in her hand would normally be extremely difficult to kill, even for a great practitioner. However, the 3 early Dharma adepts in front of him could not be viewed as ordinary early Dharma adepts. Even though the 3 of them were fighting individually, they were still able to force the Jade Shura to retreat. The companion spiritual treasure in her hand could only be used to block the attacks, and she could no longer fight back. The flame spirit coffin was the last one to catch up to Chu Haixiao. It looked at Chu Haixiao and Lu Ping, who were fighting alone, and smirked coldly at Lu Ping. Then, it turned into a ball of fire and charged towards Chu Haixiao. Get lost. Seeing that the flame coffin was coming towards him, Chu Haitian seemed to be greatly insulted. He roared angrily as he fought the Jade Shura. The flame coffin chuckled and rushed over, completely ignoring Chu Haitian's roar. Chu Haitian was fighting the Jade Shura with all his might, and he could not spare any energy to chase the flame coffin away. He could only let it join the fight. Lu Ping was naturally aware of the situation on the battlefield. He knew that he had been intentionally or unintentionally isolated, but he didn't mind it at all. He could roughly guess what these people were thinking. Although his previous 2 performances had made everyone acknowledge his strength, as a genius practitioner from a remote place, his only advantage was that he was mysterious. People like Qin Shijun and Yuan Feixiang were born to be watched closely by others. Therefore, even though these people, including the cultivators of the 3 major demon tribes, did not have much contact with each other, they knew each other's methods very well. Only a practitioner like Lu Ping would make everyone want to see what tricks Lu Ping had up his sleeves. Of course, one Jade Shura should be enough to force him to use them. If Lu Ping could not stop the Jade Shura, or even escape from the Jade Shura, then Lu Ping deserved it. He did not even have the strength to fight a Jade Shura, so what right did he have to be on the same level as them? The Jade Shura that was fighting Lu Ping had a companion spirit treasure, a wind spike. When it was used, it was like a bone-chilling wind. It was everywhere, and it was even better than Lu Ping's seeping water sword. Lu Ping's flying swords fought the wind azura with speed, but it was still difficult for him to keep up with the wind azura's speed. Moreover, the quality of his flying swords wasn't as good as the wind azura's companion spirit treasure. Fortunately, Lu Ping had infused the yin water divine lightning into his swords. The thin water long stream sword's blade crackled with electric sparks from time to time. That was how he managed to hold his own against the wind azura. Even so, Lu Ping was losing ground under the wind shura's attacks. But it would not be easy for the Jade Shura to defeat Lu Ping. Qin Shijun and the other 2 were fighting on their own, but they were still watching where Lu Ping was. They saw that Lu Ping could fight the Jade Shura, and with his strength, even if he could not win, it would be easy for him to escape. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Qin Shijun suddenly blocked the Jade Shura's shovel. Kong Qianjun and Yuan Feixiang took the opportunity to fight back. The 3 of them worked together, and the Jade Shura dodged Kong Qianjuan's fishtail fan, but Yuan Feixiang's rainbow thunder blasted the Jade Shura black. He is strong enough. Let's work harder and finish off this animal. Let's go help him. Do you have a backup plan? Of course not. At least, I haven't seen a Dharma. That's a desperate move. How many times have you used it? Well, I don't think I've used it once. Even if I did, you wouldn't tell me. The 3 of them talked, and Qin Shijun's scimitar cut off one of the Jade Shura's arms while the other 2 were busy fighting the Jade Shura. The Jade Shura screamed and turned to run. Qin Shijun and the other 2 didn't chase after her. Instead, they retreated a few dozen meters. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and Jade Shura's companion spirit treasure appeared where the 3 of them had been standing. When the companion spirit treasure cracked, the space around them was broken, but it was restored to its original state. What a shame! A spirit treasure with a space element. At that moment, Chu Haitian's green sky sword turned into a tsunami, and it stopped the other Jade Shura. The flame coffin laughed, and 7 fireballs came out of the flame coffin's body. They shot into Chu Haitian's sky and caused a huge explosion. The sky was filled with white mist. Chu Haitian waved his sleeves, and the white mist disappeared. The Jade Shura was running away, and a few pieces of it shot around, killing a dozen poisoned Shuras nearby. Clearly, the Jade Shura had been forced to explode her spirit treasure to block Chu Haitian and the flame coffin's spells. Ha, Brother Chu and Brother Flame, you are so powerful. I admire you. Qin Shijun and the others didn't leave after they injured the Jade Shura. Seeing that Chu Haitian and the flame coffin had succeeded, they walked up to them. The flame coffin smiled proudly and said, "No matter what, we are one step behind Brother Qin." Kong Qianjun let out a strange laugh and said, "Should we help that one?" Chu Haitian had a strange look on his face. He said coldly, "I advise you to turn around and watch." The others were shocked. When they turned around, they saw that the battle between Lu Ping and the third Jade Shura had been covered by a mist that was dozens of feet wide. There was no sound coming from the mist, as if it had become a world of its own. Everyone's expressions changed. When did this happen? None of them had noticed it before, and when they saw the white fog, their divine senses felt lost when they came into contact with the white fog. Fear appeared in their hearts, and they all withdrew their divine senses. They looked at each other, but no one said anything. After a while, Qin Shijun sighed and said, "It seems that we've all underestimated this mysterious North Sea cultivator. I think we shouldn't be stingy with our respect." A flame flashed in the flame coffin's eyes, and he said, "Let's wait and see what happens." As soon as he said that, there was an explosion in the white mist. It was like a pot had been boiled. When they looked up, they saw the Jade Shura suddenly run out of the mist. She didn't even look back as she ran. When the white mist dispersed, Lu Ping's face was a little pale, but he walked out unscathed. He looked at the surprised people and smiled. "It seems that we are the last to fall this time." "Haha, of course not." The flame coffin was the first to laugh. "We were going to help Brother Lu, but we didn't expect Brother Lu to be able to defeat the Jade Shura all by himself. We really admire you." The others either agreed, smiled, or treated Lu Ping coldly. But in short, there was no longer any contempt in their attitude towards Lu Ping. Instead, there was a kind of fear. Qin Shijun said, "I just checked the center of the gap. It seems that there are 3 Jade Poison Shuras controlling the Poison Shura formation. They are trying their best to prevent the island's protective formation from recovering. It seems that our opponents in the final battle will be these 3 Jade Poison Shuras." Although the people's expressions didn't change, their eyes were flashing. They were secretly surprised. When did Qin Shijun check the center of the gap and what method he used to check it? No one had noticed. Qin Shijun didn't seem to notice the people's gazes. He said, "Everyone has encountered the blood poison Shura. I think you all know the strange methods of the poison Shura. Their strength is far greater than that of the ordinary blood Shura. If that's the case, the Jade Poison Shura's strength is also far greater than the Jade Shura's." Qin Shijun paused for a moment before continuing, "The 3 Jade Poison Shuras are the key to preventing the island's protective formation from recovering. Once they are dealt with, the formation will definitely be able to quickly close up and we will be victorious in this battle. Thus, I suggest that we end this battle as soon as possible. The 6 of us should also join forces against the enemy." After Qin Shijun finished speaking, he looked at the crowd, hoping to get their support. However, he immediately heard Chu Haixiao, who was usually cold and quiet, suddenly say, "Lu Tianping and I will deal with one of them." Chapter 1057. "I will deal with one of them with Lu Tianping," Chu Haitian suddenly said. Not only Lu Ping, but the others were also very surprised. Chu Haitian had always been a proud and aloof person. He rarely joined hands with others to fight against an enemy. But now, he actually took the initiative to join hands with Lu Ping. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a lot of eyeballs to fall to the ground. Qin Shijun was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Chu, it's not that I want to talk too much, but this is not a trivial matter. It is the key to whether Chengling Island can get rid of Mara's army and repair the gap. We should first send 2 fellow Taoists to deal with 2 of them, then the 4 of us will join hands to kill one of them. This is the only way to win." Seeing that Lu Ping didn't object, Chu Haitian stood beside Lu Ping, turning a deaf ear to Qin Shijun's words. Qin Shijun smiled bitterly and turned to look at Lu Ping. Lu Ping made a helpless gesture, so Qin Shijun didn't say anything. Instead, he tried to organize the remaining 4 people. Since Lu Ping and Chu Haitian were going to join hands to deal with one of the Jade Poison Shura, As long as one of the remaining 4 people could deal with one of the jade poison Shura, the other 3 could still kill one of them. Unexpectedly, Yuan Feixiang suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Qin, why don't you and I join hands to deal with one of them?" Qin Shijun was stunned. Before he could react, the flame coffin laughed strangely and said, very good, very good. This is fair. Kong Dayu, what do you think?" Kong Qianjun still had a silly smile on his face and said, "Whatever you guys say." Qin Shijun could only continue to smile bitterly. He looked at Yuan Feixiang and said helplessly, "Since that's the case, I, Qin, can only go with the flow. Who knows, I might have to compete with you all. Brother Yuan, I'll have to ask for your help." Yuan Feixiang also smiled and said, "You are too kind. Lu Ping could not kill a Jade Shura face to face, even if he used all his skills." Qin Shijun, Kong Qianjun, and Yuan Feixiang could roughly guess the result from the fight with the 3 Jade Shuras. Qin Shijun, Kong Qianjun, and Yuan Feixiang had only destroyed 1 Jade Shura and let it escape in the end. Although the 3 of them still had tricks up their sleeves, the Jade Poison Shura was stronger than an ordinary Jade Shura. Plus, she had many strange tricks up her sleeves that were hard to defend against. But then again, with the strength of the 6 of them, the difference between them was only a hair's breadth. If they really wanted to compete with the Poison Shura, they had to challenge a high-risk target. Only then would they be able to use their skills to the fullest. Otherwise, this fight would only be a formality. The 6 of them reached an agreement. Chu Haitian left first, and Lu Ping had no choice but to follow. After the 2 of them had walked for dozens of feet, Lu Ping could not help but ask, "Brother Chu, why do you want to join forces with me?" Chu Haitian looked at him confusedly and asked, "You don't know?" This question confused Lu Ping, so he asked, "Know what?" Chu Haitian suddenly understood and said, "It seems that this is another one of Sister Hailan's tricks." Lu Ping was shocked and said, "Chu Hailan? What did she say to you?" Chu Haitian said, "She said that you have something that I need, and it seems that you need me to help you with something. Among the 3rd-generation disciples of Green Sea Snake, perhaps I am the only one who can help you." Lu Ping already had some guesses in his mind, but he did not want to say much. He said, "I may have some guesses in my mind, but I have more than one appointment with Miss Chu, so I am not sure which one you are talking about." Chu Haitian glanced at Lu Ping, as if he could read Lu Ping's mind. Lu Ping's expression did not change, and he waited for him to speak. Chu Haitian was silent for a moment and said, "Actually, Sister Hailan did not tell me what it was. She only said that we could tell each other what we need, and if it worked out, it would be a win-win situation." The twin swords in Lu Ping's hands turned into a flurry of sword lights as he executed the whirling chain slash. While the Jade Poison Shura was distracted by the Jade Poison Shura, Lu Ping took advantage of the opportunity and slashed towards the back of the Jade Poison Shura. At the same time, he said to Chu Hai, "Oh, then what does Brother Chu need me to do?" Chu Haitian's Jade Sky Sword was blocked by Poison Shura, but there was a loud noise behind Poison Shura. A colorful mist rose and became a mist shield. Lu Ping quickly dispersed his great power and recalled his swords. He cursed and said, "F***CK, what bad luck." Chu Haitian's cold face had a smile on it. A blue flying sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was headed for Jade Shura's forehead. Ding! The spirit treasure in Poison Shura's hand was a soft whip, and the head of the whip was embedded with something that looked like gold or jade. Poison Shura's soft whip was fighting with the Jade Sky Sword, but the head of the whip suddenly appeared in front of her forehead and blocked the Water Ghost Sword's strange attack. The Water Ghost Sword was knocked back, and Chu Haitian complimented, "The shapeless sword spell is indeed extraordinary. It is a shame that this shapeless sword is not as good." Lu Ping grabbed a sunflower water god and threw it at Poison Shura, continuing to work with Chu Haitian's attack. He said, "Brother Chu, be careful. This Shura is going to fight back." As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, a cloud of colorful mist suddenly appeared in front of Chu Haitian, almost spraying him in the face. Chu Haitian was shocked. With his talent and skills, he was not afraid of being corroded by the poisonous mist, but when he saw that the colorful mist was the same as the one that Poison Shura had used to block Lu Ping's thin water-long flow sword, he did not want to fight it head-on. How could Poison Shura have such a dirty trick? Chu Haixiao took a step back and used his space powers. He retreated more than 100 feet and avoided the colorful mist. At the same time, he stayed far away from Poison Shura's attack range. Jade Shura suddenly turned around and swung the whip in her hand at Lu Ping. Lu Ping was shocked, and his 2 flying swords blocked the whip. But the whip was weak, and Lu Ping's block was not very effective. It continued to hit Lu Ping. At this moment, Chu Hai's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ping's ears. "Brother Lu, I'm not good with words, so I'll be frank. I'm going to use the first lightning tribulation to condense an innate supreme technique. However, in order to successfully condense this supreme technique, I'll need an item. Sister Hai Lan once said that Brother Lu might have this item. Even if you don't, you should have some clues about it." The surrounding water vapor gathered around Lu Ping, forming ribbons of water behind him. Under Lu Ping's control, the ribbons of water wrapped around the incoming whip. Even after the ribbons of water dissipated, the ribbons of water continued to surge forward and finally neutralized the force of the whip. Chu Haitian's green sky sword finally came to take some of the pressure off Lu Ping, and then he said, "Sister Highland said that Brother Lu's protective chi can be used to cultivate the 1000 poison meteorite power shield, and what I need is the 1000 poison paste needed to cultivate the 1000 poison meteorite power shield." Lu Ping heard that it was indeed this item, but there wasn't the slightest hint of joy on his face. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "If I can really use this item to exchange for Brother Chu's help, then I will naturally be more than happy to do so. However, this is not an easy task. Even Brother Chu will find it extremely difficult to accomplish. It won't be too late for me to tell Brother Chu the details after this matter is over." "Oh, is there such a thing?" Chu Haitian's face showed a hint of confidence. Obviously, he did not think that Lu Ping's request could stump him, but he did not force it. Instead, he said, "Fine, then let's take care of this beast first." After saying that, the green sky sword shot into the sky with a green sword light, and condensed into a round ball of light in midair, as if a full moon had appeared in midair. It was the famous supreme sword skill of the green sea snakes, Bright Moon over the Sea. Poison Shura seemed to have also noticed that the sudden appearance of the moonlight in midair seemed to contain a great risk. His spiritual companion Treasure also shook into several rings in midair, and the space in the center of each ring was corroded by the poison. The moonlight fell, and most of it was devoured by the torn pitch-black door. Only a small amount of moonlight was left to shoot at Poison Shura, but it was covered by countless whip shadows. It was rumored that the supreme sword skill of the Bright Moon over the Sea sword skill was said to be everywhere the moonlight shone. Although Poison Shura did not know the details of the sword skill, he could sense the danger. He danced with a soft whip, and the water could not be splashed, as if it had condensed into a whip cloud above his head. Not only did the whip cloud block the moonlight, but it also blocked Lu Ping's dual flying swords. At the same time, clouds of black fog seeped out of the whip cloud. The black fog kept changing, and finally formed a monster that ran towards the moonlight in midair. It opened its huge mouth and tried to swallow the full moon. Seeing that Chu Haitian's supreme sword skill was about to be broken by Poison Shura, Lu Ping's dual flying swords suddenly combined, and lightning flashed on the blades. Suddenly, it turned into a 30-meter-long sword dragon that pounced towards the whip cloud. Amidst the loud crackling sounds, the sword dragon was smashed into pieces by the whip cloud. However, the sword dragon successfully opened up a huge gap. A ray of light flashed through the gap, and Lu Xiaoping appeared in front of Poison Shura. He shouted, "Kill!" The 5-inch blue willow sword on his back was unsheathed, and with a stab and a flick, one of Poison Shura's eyeballs had already been dug out. Poison Shura roared, and a whip shadow split apart and lashed at Lu Xiaoping. The tip of the blue willow sword that was holding Poison Shura's eyeball also made a sizzling sound, and the eyeball turned into a pool of poisonous water that was about to corrode the blue willow sword. A spirit hand suddenly appeared behind Lu Xiaoping and saved Lu Xiaoping from the whip shadow. At the same time, a spirit liquid containing infinite vitality was flicked onto the blue willow sword by Lu Ping. It exploded into a white and black mist, and the poison on the blue willow sword was instantly washed away. Lu Xiaoping's ambush had blinded one of Poison Azura's eyes and disrupted Poison Azura's poison mist whip cloud. Lu Xiaoping let out a long howl, and the bright moonlight suddenly exploded. Countless solid blue sky sword chi descended from the sky, and every single one of them pierced through a whip shadow like it was nailed to a poisonous snake's weak spot. Chapter 1058. External Incarnation. Brother Lu, nice move. Even someone as arrogant as Chu Haitian could not help but be surprised when he saw Lu Xiaoping. Lu Ping smiled faintly and said, Brother Chu, you flatter me. Brother Chu's supreme sword skill, Bright Moon over the Sea, is also amazing. Lu Ping and Chu Haitian worked together to restrain Poison Shura's companion spiritual treasure and even made him pay the price of an eyeball. However, Poison Shura was not afraid at all and became even crazier. Just as Chu Haixiao controlled the whip cloud and was about to unleash his divine power to severely injure the Azura, he saw Poison Azura reach out his hand to wipe his eye socket where he had lost an eye. A thick black liquid that was as black as ink came out and covered Poison Azura's palm. Poison Shura pushed his palm at Chu Haitian, who was pouncing at him. When he looked at his palm again, there was no longer a trace of black poison on it. Chu Haitian's expression changed. His body that was pouncing at him retreated at an even faster speed. At the same time, the green cloud sword in his hand left his hand and stabbed at Poison Shura. Suddenly, strange black lines appeared on his face. They glowed and dimmed at times, obviously trying his best to stop the poison from corroding his body. The fact that it could poison the green sea snake was enough to show how violent the poison was. Seeing this, Lu Ping hurriedly controlled his flying swords to attack from the front and back. At the same time, he performed several hand seals with both hands. A huge wave was formed out of thin air and pounced at Poison Shura's back. The flying swords turned into a pair of sword dragons that were faintly discernible in the huge wave, ready to strike at any time. At the same time, Lu Ping drew a line in the air with one hand. A golden stream of water was drawn by Lu Ping and integrated into the huge wave. The entire wave was dyed in a layer of gold. The moment Lu Ping drew out the golden liquid from the spatial mystic instrument, Poison Azura and Chu Haixiao were both stunned. Poison Azura's remaining eye flashed with a violent and murderous glint, but there was also a hint of fear hidden under the layer of murderous glint. Although Chu Haixiao was still fighting against the poison that had mysteriously appeared in his body, a hint of joy appeared on his face when the golden liquid fused into the Jade Wave skill. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ping did not notice the expressions of Azura and Chu Haitian. While maintaining the pressure on Poison Shura, Lu Ping drew out another stream of green liquid that was full of vitality and flew directly towards Chu Haitian. Just as Lu Ping and Chu Haitian joined forces to fight the Jade Poison Shura, the other two battles were also in full swing. Under the pressure of the two Jade Poison Shuras, the four Dharma adepts began to reveal their trump cards one by one. Kong Qianjun opened his mouth and sucked in the thick black poisonous fog that surrounded Poison Shura but eluded him and the Flame Spirit Coffin. His face suddenly turned green and he scolded, "Flame Spirit Coffin, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer." His words were wild and arrogant. There was no longer any trace of his previous honesty. I've long said that your Kuan clan's inherited supreme magical power would cause you to have a stomachache sooner or later. The Flame Spirit Coffin said sarcastically, but his hands did not slow down in the slightest. A huge fireball rose from his hands, like a burning sun that was about to burn the mountains and boil the seas. Rumble. Waves of raging flames shot out from the fireball. With the fireball as the center, they weaved into a huge flame cage, enveloping the Poison Azura that had lost the protection of the poisonous mist. It let out a miserable howl as it was burned by the raging flames. Yuan Feixiang held the thunder hammer in her right hand and knocked on the thunder hammers on her left and right. A ray of 7-colored lightning twined in midair and suddenly merged into a ray of purple lightning. It struck the companion spiritual treasure in the Poison Shura's hands and sent it flying. What a supreme thunder technique! What a Tai Xiao purple thunder! Qin Shijun praised. Then, the 9-story glazed pagoda above his head lit up layer by layer. When it reached the 7th story, The first 6 stories that had been lit up were all extinguished. Then, the whole 7th story blazed brightly and pressed down on the poison Shura's head with a loud bang. Brother Qin is indeed worthy of being the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Crystal Palace. This supreme magical power, sea gloom and river clarity, is known as the best in Zhenhai. It's even more famous than the water-breaking magical power of Wuxing School's water vein. Brother Qin has actually mastered it. Haha, a little bit. Just a little bit. Qin Shijun only showed a hint of pride at Yuan Feixiang's praise. He then said, "Brother Yuan, you and I have to work harder. Brother Chu of the Blue Sea and Lu Daoyu of the North Sea are probably one step ahead of us." Yuan Feixiang agreed. Chu Haitian is one thing. He has long been known as the first of the 3rd generation of the overseas demon clan. I think he is on par with Brother Qin. I didn't expect that Lu Daoyu's strength is no weaker than Brother Chu's. It seems that this Lu Daoyu has hidden his strength very well. Although the flame spirit coffin's flame cage had burned poison Shura to the point where he was wailing like a ghost, the flame spirit coffin knew very well that its supreme power had not actually caused any actual damage to poison Shura, who was trapped in the cage. The poison Shura had been fighting against the flames with the origin of poison mist. Kong Qianjun was much better now, but there was still a trace of green on his face. Obviously, he was still poisoned when he used the magical power. However, with his strength, it would only take him some time to expel the remaining poison. Who is that Lu Tianping? He seems to be a strong opponent. The flame coffin sneered. Why? Are you afraid? Kong Qianjun showed a simple and honest smile again. He said, "It's because we appreciate each other. But if I were you, I wouldn't put my energy on Lu Tianping." What? Your flame cage is going to explode. Boom. Kong Qianjun, what the F***ck are you waiting for? The flame coffin's body was bathed in fire, and he shouted angrily. The jade poison Azura not only had the power of a jade Azura, but she also had a strange poison magical power. That was why she was stronger than a normal jade Azura. However, when the poison magical power that the jade Azura relied on was suddenly suppressed, the poisonous Azura fell into a panic. Chu Haitian used Lu Ping's green spirit liquid to quickly eliminate the poison of the poisonous Azura's magical power. At this time, the poisonous Azura was still in the giant wave of the blue tide chant, which had been mixed with the myriad poison serum. It was struggling to resist the attacks of the 2 sword dragons. Chu Haitian roared, and the light gold wave grew stronger. Lu Ping could tell that the roar was some kind of support magical power. The sword dragons that the poisonous Azura had bound with her companion spiritual treasure broke free with the help of the tsunami-like wave. Poison Azura's poison techniques were countered by Lu Ping, and his companion spiritual treasure was also countered by the twin flying swords. His strength was almost gone. Chu Haixiao's jade sky sword danced like a bright disc, easily breaking through poison Azura's various defenses. The disc slashed horizontally and poison Azura's head flew high into the air. Poison Azura's poison whip, which had lost control, lashed around like a madman. The thin water-flowing sword had long been knocked away. Even the Jade Sea Rising Tide spell was broken by the overwhelming power of the companion spiritual treasure when it was on the brink of destruction. Even Lu Ping had no choice but to retreat far away from the brunt of the attack. Then the poisonous whip began to peel off layer by layer, like an inkstone falling into water. It produced a black mist, but eventually dissipated. At first, when Chu Haitian saw that the poisonous whip was wreaking havoc everywhere and didn't explode with the poisonous Azura's death, he had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He shook the blue cloud sword and tried to suppress it with all his strength, but then it self-destructed. This made him lose his demeanor in front of Lu Ping, and he could only smile awkwardly. It wasn't that Lu Ping was a noble person, but when the poisonous whip had knocked away the dual flying swords, Lu Ping had sensed through the contact between the thin water flow sword and the poisonous whip that the spirit in the companion spiritual treasure had gone berserk and was on the verge of self-destruction. Naturally, he wouldn't go forward to snatch it. Lu Ping waved his hand, and the golden myriad poison liquid that had merged into the blue sea tide earlier gathered in the tide again. After merging the corpse of a Jade Azura level poisonous Azura that had turned into origin essence into it, the size of the myriad poison liquid had obviously expanded. Chu Haitian stared at the golden liquid, his eyes shining. His mouth wriggled as if he wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by a series of loud noises. Dong, dong, dong. Muffled noises came from not far away. Lu Ping and Chu Haitian looked at each other, and the two of them rushed toward the place where the noises came from. That was where the gap in the matrix was. Without the 3 jade poison asuras in charge, the gap in the matrix was gradually recovering, and it was slowly shrinking. The Mara army outside the matrix naturally noticed this change, and so they began to attack the edge of the gap in an even more frenzied manner, trying to stop the gap from expanding. When the two of them arrived, the 2 jade asuras were doing their best to tear the gap apart, and a few blood asuras not far away were madly attacking the gap in the matrix, working together to prevent the gap from closing. A large number of Mara army was rushing through the passage to reinforce Chengling Island. The two of them did not say a word, and each of them used their treasures and spirit treasures to swarm into the passage to attack. The Mara army that was swarming in were mostly at the level of big and small Mara. Under the surprise attack of the two of them, there was no way they could fight back, and they all scattered in all directions. The passage was immediately occupied by the two of them. The 2 jade asuras who were trying their best to stop the passage were suddenly enraged. They shouted, and 2 blood asuras tried to rush in through the passage, but they were easily repelled by Lu Ping and Chu Haitian working together. 2 blood asuras and 1 blood demon joined in, and the two of them worked together to occupy the entrance of the passage, once again blocking the attack of the headless blood Mara. At this time, Mara and the surrounding poison asuras who had rushed into the matrix realized that something was wrong, and they all gathered at the center of the passage, trying to gather their strength again to open up the passage. Unexpectedly, there was a commotion among the Mara army, and the Mara army was once again in chaos. Qin Shijun, Yuan Feixiang, Kong Qianjun, and the Flame Coffin had all taken care of their opponents, and were coming to reinforce the gap in the matrix. Chapter 1059. Just as Lu Ping and the other 5 sealed the gap in the formation, the Mara army, both inside and outside the formation, was in a frenzy. The Mara army outside the formation naturally began to attack the hole that had been sealed. Several blood Mara attacked at the same time. If Qin Shijun and the other 3 had not come to their aid in time, Lu Ping and Chu Haitian would not have been able to seal the hole. The Mara army on Chengling Island saw that their escape route had been cut off, and naturally became even more frenzied. They all abandoned their opponents and rushed back to the exit. The human and demon adepts on Chengling Island tried their best to stop them. Even the 30 to 40 human and demon Dharma adepts who were methodically closing in on the poison Shura had to split their attention to deal with the outside world. They had to constantly suppress the poison Shura horde, and at the same time, they had to turn back to stop the Mara army that was coming back to help. This was to reduce the pressure on Lu Ping and the other 5 who were blocking the hole. With the hole as the center, the area within a few miles was suddenly in chaos. Lu Ping and the other 5 worked together to block the hole, and even the several Mara working together could not move it. The 2 Jade Shura who were trying to stop the hole in the hole suddenly panicked. They did not care that the hole would heal even faster after the two of them let go. They turned around and began to attack the entrance of the tunnel with the blood Mara. The addition of 2 Jade Shura increased the pressure on Lu Ping and the others. But among the 6 of them, 2 of them could kill a Jade Shura if they worked together. If the 6 of them really worked together, their power would definitely be stronger than 3 of them working together. Facing the combined attack of 2 Jade Shura and 6 or 7 blood Mara was not easy, but it was not to the point where they could not withstand it. Seeing that after the 2 Jade Shura joined in, Mara's attack on the tunnel became even more ferocious. It even seemed to be unafraid of death. Qin Shijun shouted, "Everyone, at this critical moment, I'm afraid we'll have to show what we've got." There was no need for Qin Shijun to say anything, as everyone began to cast their own supreme powers to suppress the space in which Mara was attacking. Aside from Lu Ping, everyone else had already used these powers against the Jade Poison Shura, so there was no need to hide them now. Lu Ping's two flying swords were casting the seeping water sword technique and the Great River East sword technique, one for offense and one for defense. Their power was lower than the others' supreme powers, but Lu Xiaoping was right behind them. He was blocking the Mara's reinforcements, which were coming to stop Lu Ping and the others from blocking the tunnel. Aside from the Blood Mara, the reinforcements were all blocked outside. No one was going to complain about Lu Ping's lesser power, but Lu Ping's hiding made the flame coffin look at him with disdain. The Jade Shura and Blood Demon Luo's joint attack was once again repelled by Lu Ping and the others. Without a barrier, the tunnel began to shrink rapidly. The two Jade Shuras were so shocked that they couldn't be bothered to fight Lu Ping and the others anymore. Instead, they howled and turned around to use their companion treasures to stop the tunnel from closing up. Qin Shijun and the others weren't going to let the Jade Shura have their way. They were going to stop them, but Lu Ping's face changed. He seemed to have sensed something, and just as he was about to warn them, Qin Shijun's face changed when he saw the 7th floor of the glazed tower above his head. He didn't attack, as if he had sensed something, too. Lu Ping's heart jumped, but he didn't warn them. Qin Shijun, who was next to him, said, "Be careful. Something big is coming." Everyone's faces changed. They knew what Qin Shijun was talking about, and they stopped attacking. Ignoring the two Jade Shura and the Blood Mara, they started to close up the hole in the spell formation. They were ready to deal with a bigger attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few shimmering green vines shot out of thin air and grabbed the sides of the tunnel. They pulled, and the entrance, which was being held back by the Jade Shura and the Blood Mara, was now open by half a foot. Lu Ping and the others' expressions changed drastically. They immediately unleashed all the powerful skills and spells they had been preparing. This time, Lu Ping didn't hesitate to cast his innate supreme skill, Sea of 100 Rivers sword skill. A powerful sword vortex appeared out of thin air outside the array formation and tore one of the vines into shreds. Lightning flashed, fire soared into the sky, and sword shone in the sky. Each of them managed to sever a vine. But other than Yuan Feixiang's lightning, the others were more or less slower than Lu Ping's. Moreover, the Sea of 100 Rivers swordplay was also very powerful. The flame coffin thought that Lu Ping hadn't learned any sort of a sword, and that he was only using a clone to fight with everyone else. He didn't expect Lu Ping to cast such a powerful sword spell, which was much more powerful than his sword of 100 rivers into the sea. Everyone worked together to dissolve the attacks of the Asuras, but the Jade Shura and Blood Mara took the opportunity to stabilize the tunnel that the Asuras had opened up by half a foot. At this time, Lu Ping and the others were no longer in the mood to deal with the Jade Shura and Blood Mara. However, with the appearance of the Asuras, everyone knew that there was no way out. Previously, the Asuras in Mara's army had been occupied by the great cultivators of the 9 sects and the 3 major demon tribes. That was why the spell formation hadn't been expanded. That was why Cheng Ling Dan had been able to hold on until now. But now, something had gone wrong. An Asura had come out again, and there was no great cultivator to stop it. Once Lu Ping and the others realized that they were no match for the Asura and retreated, the tunnel wouldn't close. It would expand even further. Once the Asura supported the tunnel and waited for the reinforcements of Mara's army to return from Yuanling Island, a larger army of Mara would invade Chengling Island without anyone to stop it. The humans and demons would most likely lose this battle. Once Chengling Dan was lost, Fantasy Spirit City would have to face a pincer attack from Mara's army. The situation would become even more disadvantageous for both the humans and demons. Qin Shijun smiled bitterly. "Everyone, it looks like we will have to work together to face an Asura. This challenge is not only difficult, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for us." Yuan Feixiang smiled and said, "Fortunately, we can still use the spell formation, so we have the geographical advantage." The appearance of this Asura must have attracted the attention of the great cultivators. As long as we hold on for a while, other great cultivators will come to help. Then, as long as we defeat the Jade Shura and Blood Mara, the spell formation will close up again, and we will win this battle. Qin Shijun also said, "Brother Yuan is right. 2 great cultivators have rushed to Yuanling Island to repair the damaged foundation of the spell formation. They must have returned by now. Let's see how long we can hold on. The few of them were all proud people. When they heard that they had to join forces to fight an Azura, although they said that they had to be careful and not be careless, and that they had to fight a bitter battle, they were all excited by the challenge, and their fighting spirits soared. This was an Azura, an existence that was said to be able to challenge the pure Yang Laozu. Usually, it would take 2 great cultivators to fight it, 3 great cultivators to gain the upper hand, and 4 great cultivators to suppress it. In the battle on the Frost Island of the North Sea, 4 great cultivators of the human and demon clans worked together to kill an Azura. Although it was partly because of the conflict between the human and demon clans, it took them more than a month to force the Azura to the stormy ocean. If the giant whale King Kong Jing Laozu had not successfully passed the second Thunder Tribulation, and became the 3rd great cultivator of the demon clans and the 5th great cultivator of the North Sea, and rushed to the stormy ocean, the great cultivators of the human and demon clans were worried that the situation in the North Sea would change, so they attacked with all their strength. However, they could only break the Azura's accompanying spiritual treasure and severely injure it, such as the stormy ocean. They could not kill it completely. If the 6 of them could really block the Azura outside the gap in the formation, then the 6 of them would not just be famous in the cultivation world. Their names would shake the entire cultivation world and their status in the cultivation world would skyrocket. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of rolling water could be heard. Another 6 vines pierced out from the void, tearing at the edge of the spell formation. Obviously, the Azura had not reached the spell formation yet, but it was able to use its telekinesis to fight. This time, the power of the 6 vines had more than doubled. Obviously, the Azura had realized that the strength of the 6 cultivators was not to be underestimated. At the same time, it was getting closer and closer to the entrance of the spell formation. The flame spirit Coffin and Kong Qianjun let out a battle cry. When they used their spiritual treasures to display their supreme divine abilities, a peak-level spirit cultivation transcendent artifact rose from each of their bodies. Obviously, they were their natal artifacts. The transcendent artifacts followed closely behind their spiritual treasures. Eventually, the 2 of them managed to cut off the 2 vines. Yuan Feixiang and Chu Haitian also activated their 2 spiritual treasures. However, in addition to the 2 spiritual treasures in their hands, the 2 new spiritual treasures were also First Tribulation spiritual treasures. The 4 spiritual treasures shone brightly and cut off the vines along the edge of the spell formation. At the same time, they forced back the 2 blood asuras that were tearing at the edge of the spell formation. Qin Shijun still held a scimitar spiritual treasure in his hand, but the 7th and 8th floors of the glazed pagoda above his head lit up at the same time. 2 vigorous forces gushed out one after another. It was 2 supreme divine abilities. The Sea of Clear River suppressed one of the vines, and at the same time, the 2 blood Mara nearby were suppressed as well. The scimitar, with the power of the other supreme divine ability, crushed the other vine and killed the suppressed Mara. The moment Qin Shijun made his move, Lu Ping made his move almost at the same time. It was still a pair of flying swords at the peak level of spirit cultivation, and it was still the supreme divine sword art of all rivers run into the sea. After that, Lu Ping made a set of extremely strange incantations with both hands. This time, everyone was paying attention to the methods that the others used, and there was no doubt that Lu Ping was the main focus. When Lu Ping used this set of incantations, it gave people a very strange feeling. The moment the sea of all rivers run into the sea was created in the void, it had already been integrated into the sword art. Then, everyone seemed to feel that everything around them was wavering. In a flash, the power of the sea of all rivers run into the sea seemed to have doubled due to the integration of this set of incantations. The last remaining vine was instantly crushed, and at the same time, a jade shura was forced back. Chapter 1060. 2 Supreme Divine Powers. Just like Qin Shijun, Lu Tianping had also mastered 2 supreme divine powers. Not only the Flame Coffin and Kong Qianjun, But also Chu Hailan and Yuan Feixiang had never thought that Lu Ping had mastered two natal supreme divine powers. Even Chu Hailan himself had only reached the threshold of mastering the second supreme divine power. He was only one step away from mastering it. What kind of magic art was this? They could only see that this magic art enhanced the sea of all rivers technique. Was it really a kind of supreme divine power that was specially used for auxiliary purposes? If so, it was really a pity. They had never heard of anyone cultivating an auxiliary magic art to the level of a supreme divine power and using it as their natal supreme divine power. However, Qin Shijun and the others were the cream of the crop among their peers in terms of cultivation base, strength, knowledge, and so on. Naturally, they wouldn't believe that Lu Ping had cultivated a purely auxiliary innate supreme skill. However, they couldn't see through the essence of the skill. They could only sense that when the skill was cast, it gave them a feeling that time and space were in disarray. Just like Lu Ping's supreme sword skill. Under the effects of this supreme sword skill, the duration of the supreme sword skill's power seemed to have doubled. Only when the supreme sword skill dissipated did the crowd realize that the duration of the supreme sword skill didn't increase. Instead, the supreme sword skill's power had been greatly enhanced without them noticing. And this feeling of disorientation in time and space left a deep impression on the crowd. Qin Shijun said in surprise, "Brother Lu, what kind of magic art is this? It's so wonderful." Lu Ping smiled. When he was about to speak, he saw a body that was almost no different from a human cultivator appear in front of them, but they felt an unparalleled pressure from this body. They knew that the person in front of them was the Azura who had never shown up. Everyone's heart sank. Even though everyone was extremely excited about facing an Azura and their battle-intent sword, and they even worked together to resolve the Azura's telekinesis technique twice, when they really faced an Azura, their anxiety and nervousness quickly rose, suppressing their raging battle intent in one fell swoop. The Azura seemed to be able to see through their thoughts. He smiled evilly like a human, opened his hands, and suddenly put them together. A wild wave suddenly surged toward them. The flame spirit coffin and Kong Chenjuan's expressions changed dramatically. They both patted their chests, and a Luan bird with 3 fiery feathers and a Kuan fish with 2 wing-like fins under its abdomen rose from behind them. They were the Luan and Kuan fish, which were the Dharma shapes of Luan and Kuan after they had stepped into the Dharma Seong stage. The Luan Dharma idol shook its 3 flaming feathers, and the fire bead in the flame spirit coffin's hand suddenly burst into flames, breaking through the oncoming raging waves. The Kuan fish Dharma idol waved its tail, and like a fish swimming upstream, it easily swept away the impact of the raging waves and stood at the edge of the passageway. The two heaved a long sigh of relief. When they turned to look at the others, their expressions changed. They saw that a huge gourd had risen above Yuan's head. Violent lightning surged out from the gourd like chains of lightning, firmly holding Yuan in place. Thunder gourd of 7 treasures. Kong Chenjuan's expression changed dramatically when he saw the gourd, and he blurted out. Although the Thunder 7-gem gourd had not advanced to the level of a spirit treasure, it was still a treasure at the peak of the spirit cultivation stage. At least its quality was much higher than the gourd that Lu Ping had hidden in his core space, and its power was also much stronger. It was enough to help Yuan block the Azura's close-range attack. Lu Ping's eyelids twitched, and the Thunder 7-gem gourd in his core space jumped up and down, as if it could not wait to jump out. Lu Ping naturally would not expose such a treasure at this time. The Dragon Dharma power slapped it away, and only then did it calm down. Chu Hailan's aura surged wildly. The aura around Chu Hailan's body surged, and under the watchful eyes of the people around him, he broke through the early Dharma stage. The spirit treasures in his hands spun around him like a bottomless abyss, absorbing all the waves that came crashing down on him. His body was still standing firmly at the edge of the passageway. However, after dispelling the impact of Azura's remarkable power, Chu Hailan's aura began to decline until he returned to the early Dharma stage. It was obvious that he had used an extremely mysterious secret technique that allowed him to raise his own level of power to the mid-Dharma stage in a short period of time. This was done in order to deal with any sudden danger, and it did not last for too long. If Chu Hailan had used a secret technique to temporarily raise his level of training to the mid-Dharma stage, then what Qin Shijun was displaying now was the true power of the mid-Dharma stage. A huge aura surged around him, causing the air within a 1-foot radius to tremble. This was the true power of a mid-Dharma adept. With this level of power as a shield, Qin Shijun was still able to use the first Calamity Spirit treasure in his hand and easily nullify the Asura's attack. This person had hidden his strength well. Only then did the crowd realize that when they had focused their attention on Lu Ping, a practitioner of the same level as them, wanting to dig out more of his hidden cards, they had not expected Qin Shijun to be one step ahead of them. He had passed the first Thunder trial and entered the mid-Dharma stage. Even so, after Qin Shijun's sudden outburst, the crowd's attention on Lu Ping didn't diminish. Facing the Asura head-on was undoubtedly a challenge for the crowd, but it was also a chance for them to spy on each other's strengths and learn about each other's trump cards. At least up until now, the Flame Spirit Coffin and Kong Qianjun had been forced to reveal their Dharma powers. Chu Hailan had revealed the secret technique that allowed him to increase his level of training, and Yuan Feifei had revealed a treasure like the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash. Of course, the most valuable thing was that Qin Shijun had revealed that he had already entered the mid-Dharma stage. The third generation of practitioners competed with each other. However, in the face of the huge gap that was the first Thunder trial, the most elite practitioners had always been limited to the early Dharma stage and had not broken through. This also caused them to compete on equal footing and compete with each other in terms of ability. This kind of competition pushed these elite practitioners to continuously strengthen their foundations in the early Dharma stage. They used methods such as digging out their own potential, refining secret techniques and powers, and searching for rare treasures to increase their abilities. However, these practitioners naturally knew that this balance was extremely fragile. The way to break this balance was also extremely simple, and that was to cross the gap between life and death. Once someone broke this balance and entered the mid-Dharma stage, then the title of the first of the third generation would very likely be well deserved. Qin Shijun, the first official practitioner of the third generation of the Crystal Palace, had already crossed this gap at some point, but he had kept it a secret. He only revealed it now that he was facing the threat of death from Asura. Everyone's hearts were pounding, and at the same time, they were secretly thankful. Qin Shijun, who had entered the mid-Dharma stage, had suddenly replaced Lu Ping as the practitioner that everyone was most unfamiliar with. However, this did not mean that Lu Ping was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. The appearance of 2 unfathomable teammates in a team would only make everyone more vigilant. Zheng, 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 zheng. 4 flying swords circled around Lu Ping's body, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the last flying sword, which had a trace of blood red but was also dyed with a rich 5-colored light. It turned out that he also had a spirit-nurturing treasure with him. Previously, Lu Ping had never used a spirit treasure to fight against an enemy, and he had even used 2 supreme powers at once, just like Qin Shijun. Now that he had suddenly used a flying sword, although everyone was slightly disappointed, he had still managed to force out one of his trump cards. However, was this guy really sure that he could block Asura's attack with just this? This question only flashed through everyone's minds for a moment, but then they saw the 4 flying swords each dancing, and the soaring auras on the flying swords were all different. Was this guy going to use 4 different kinds of powers? Was this a joke? Did he have enough divine will to control 4 kinds of powers at the same time? Did he have enough inner yuan to resist the pressure of 4 powers on his own bloodline? However, the truth that was displayed in front of everyone forced them to believe it. Not only did Lu Ping have this ability, but he was even more powerful than them. Water Ghost Sword, Natural Great Power, Shapeless Sword Technique. Thin Water Sword, Natural Great Power, All Rivers into the Sea Technique. Flowing Sword, Natural Great Power, Seeping Sword Technique. Blood Orange Sword, Natural Great Power, Great River Flowing Sword Technique. 3 Spirit-Nurturing Flying Swords, and 1 flying sword that had been swallowed by the Zhenchen Pearl that had been imprinted with the improved Great River Flowing Sword Technique. All 4 kinds of sword techniques were released at once, breaking through the waves of power that were rushing towards Lu Ping in one fell swoop. How could this be? How could this be? What a powerful divine will! What vigorous true essence, what tenacious bloodline. The Asura was initially a little surprised to see that a few early Dharma adepts from the human and demon clans were actually able to break through his attack, and in the end, his gaze lingered on Qin Shijun and Lu Ping. Just as everyone was preparing to deal with an even more ferocious attack from the Asura, they saw that the Asura had suddenly strangely stopped. Everyone still did not dare to be careless, but suddenly felt the space around them ripple, and two great adepts suddenly appeared outside the passageway, attacking the Asura from the left and right. Suddenly, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the three, and they tumbled all the way away from the entrance of the passageway. Reinforcements had finally arrived. The 6 people who had originally gathered their energy and were ready to fight to the death were suddenly like deflated balloons, each of their faces pale and sweating profusely. They looked like they had used up too much inner yuan and were at the end of their rope. They no longer had the awe-inspiring aura that they had when they challenged the Asura earlier. Qin Shijun was, after all, a mid-Dharma adept. He was the strongest among the 6 of them. He forced a smile and said, "Everyone, now is not the time to slack off. Let's wait for the gap to be completely repaired before we resume our work." Everyone lost interest in fighting for a moment, and quickly chased away a few blood Mara that were still trying to restrain the formation. Immediately, the passageway began to recover at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that the passageway was reduced to the last 3 feet in length, there was no longer any Devil Luo who dared to attack it again. However, they heard a faint roar that sounded like it came from the ancient times coming from afar. The 6 people's expressions changed drastically again. Chapter 1061. Looking at the last 3 feet of the hole, the 6 people could not help but feel relieved this time. It seemed that victory was already waving to them. However, right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A strange howl suddenly sounded from afar, and the expressions of the 6 of them instantly changed drastically. They were all extremely familiar with this howl. During the Battle of Yuanling Island, this howl had always been commanding the All-Devil army there, and it allowed everyone to know that the existence that had let out the howl was the existence that had been hiding within the All-Devil army and had never revealed itself, the heavenly Dima. The roar was very far away, but the invisible sound waves had no effect on the Mara army outside the formation shield, but in the eyes of Lu Ping and others, it was even more terrifying than the raging waves. The 3 feet of the tunnel entrance was like a cave filled with wind, making a strange roar in the air. The 6 people all propped up their protective aura, but the sound waves made ripples like waves. The 6 of them exchanged glances with each other. When they saw that the tunnel entrance had once again shrunk by half a foot, they had the intention to retreat. However, before they could move, they saw dark clouds churning in the sky. They had practically covered half of the sky, and the entire place was clearly incomparably dark. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, and a sharp light more than a foot long shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Yuan Feixiang's eyes crackled with lightning. The two shouted almost at the same time, "Not good, defend." In the dark cloud, a human silhouette loomed in it, and the black fog around it turned into various demons as if it had a spirit, and its face showed a variety of hideous and miserable expressions. Just at the moment when the two shouted at the same time, a deafening roar suddenly came from the dark cloud. Roar. The voices of the two were immediately drowned out by this loud roar. A sound wave that could almost be seen with the naked eye came all the way, squeezing the space to pieces. The original 2.5 feet of the hole was directly torn by the sound wave like a broken rag. The remaining force did not stop, and directly raged towards the 6 people's divine senses. Although the flame spirit coffin and Kong Qianjun had already summoned their Dharma idols out of the core space, they still let out a miserable shriek. The Dharma idols above their heads were almost blown away by the strong wind. Then, they tumbled backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Yuan Feixiang let out a muffled groan, and a majestic golden-winged thunder rock flashed over his head, and then he was drowned by the overflowing lightning. Then, Yuan Feixiang retreated a few feet all the way, and then he slowly stopped. When the lightning dissipated, the golden thunder rock above his head had already disappeared, leaving only Yuan Feixiang with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But at least his situation was much better than that of the flame spirit coffin and Kong Qianjun. When the heavenly demon roar sounded, Chu Haitian also summoned his Dharma idol to resist. Chu Haitian's Dharma idol was a single-horned golden-scaled dragon. The golden-scaled dragon only needed to roll, and the Dharma idol's auspicious cloud suddenly turned into layers of waves, but the waves were smashed by the heavenly demon roar. Seeing that Chu Haitian was about to follow in Yuan Feixiang's footsteps, a cloud rolled over from the side, and a golden rock soared in the cloud. Then, a layer of invisible flame rose on the edge of the cloud, covering Chu Haitian's figure. The 9-story glazed pagoda above Qin Shijun's head lit up again. As the 9th floor was lit up, the previous 8 floors began to extinguish one after another. Then, Lu Ping saw an oil lamp fly out of the 9th floor of the glazed pagoda. The 9th floor of the glazed pagoda was immediately extinguished, and the wick of the oil lamp was suddenly lit up with a bean-sized flame. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment the flame lit up, Lu Ping sensed a potential hidden in the bean-sized flame. That flame was a heaven-level upper spiritual fire, starlight. And that oil lamp was a second tribulation spiritual treasure. No wonder Qin Shijun could light up all 9 floors of the glazed pagoda. Originally, Lu Ping was secretly surprised that Qin Shijun had already practiced 3 supreme magical powers. It turned out that it was because of this second tribulation spiritual treasure, the oil lamp. Qin Shijun held the oil lamp in his hand, and the other hand flicked at the oil lamp. A drop of lamp oil spilled out from the lamp, forming an oil curtain in front of Qin Shijun. When Lu Ping saw the oil curtain, he couldn't help but be moved. How is this ordinary lamp oil? It is simply the fierce flame spiritual oil, a heaven and earth mysterious treasure of the water attribute. Although this treasure is of the water attribute, it is extremely flammable. Once it is ignited, the power of the flame is extremely tyrannical, even comparable to the heaven and earth spiritual fire. Usually, a drop of fierce flame spiritual oil can burn for a whole day after it is ignited. This is a favorite item of many cultivators who are of the water attribute but are extremely obsessed with alchemy. It is also a shortcut for cultivators of the water attribute to become an alchemist. After Lu Ping became an alchemist, he also considered looking for this kind of fierce flame spiritual oil, but the rarity of this item was no less than rare treasures such as the growing soil. Lu Ping had never had the chance to encounter it. Unexpectedly, he saw this item in the hands of Qin Shijun today, and it was used as the lamp oil of a second tribulation spiritual treasure. For a moment, Lu Ping felt that he, who had always been called Duobao, should admit defeat in front of the chief heir of the Crystal Palace. Then, he saw the flame of the oil lamp gradually elongate, turning the oil into a fire wall. The sound wave swept over and was immediately blocked by the fire wall. In the sound of Kai Kai, the flame was extinguished and reignited, and the sound wave became weaker and weaker. Seeing that it was finally blocked, Qin Shijun couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. There was sweat on his forehead. He turned to look at Lu Ping, but he couldn't help but exclaim, "Heaven upper grade, green phosphorus soul fire." Just when the devil's roar came, Lu Ping stretched out his hand and a small flag appeared in Lu Ping's hand. With a wave of the small flag, a huge cloud sail suddenly opened in front of Lu Ping. Countless auspicious clouds surrounded Lu Ping in the center, and a golden rock constantly hovered around Lu Ping in the auspicious clouds. The power of the devil's roar was extremely great, but most of its power was aimed at the cultivator's divine thoughts. Although the cloud sail was a first tribulation defensive spiritual treasure, Songhai Laozu originally refined it to restrain the innate soul-devouring skill of demonic cultivators. Therefore, in the face of the attack of the devil's roar, the cloud sail was even more powerful than the second tribulation spiritual treasure oil lamp in Qin Shijun's hand. Moreover, just as the devil's roar was about to reach Ju Donghuang, a layer of invisible flames suddenly rose on the edge of the auspicious clouds, burning the golden auspicious clouds like they were on fire. When the sound waves caused by the devil's roar came into contact with the burning clouds, they were instantly ignited into a jade-green wave of fire. Unlike Qin Shijun's wall of fire, which counteracted the sound waves, the green phosphorus soul fire burned itself with the sound waves of the soul-devouring skill that the devil had used. At this time, Lu Ping realized that Chu Haitian seemed to be somewhat powerless because he was defending against the devil's attack. With a thought, the cloud sail suddenly expanded, covering Chu Haitian under the auspicious clouds. Although the cloud sail could restrain the soul-devouring skill, its own defense was, after all, limited. When Lu Ping helped Chu Haitian defend against the sound waves of the roar, its own defense was inevitably weakened. However, Lu Ping's powerful divine thoughts, which were comparable to that of a late Dharma adept, could completely counteract part of this effect. Among the 6 of them, Lu Ping was also the one who managed to defend against the devil's attack. The devil seemed to be extremely surprised that Lu Ping and the other 5 were able to defend against its attack. The dark clouds in the sky rapidly shrank, and a pair of faint lights shot through the dark clouds. Qin Shijun and the others suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The 2 dark lights must have been the eyes of the devil hidden in the soul-devouring black fog, and Lu Ping seemed to feel that the 2 dark lights had been staring at him for a particularly long time. The passageway had once again shrunk to less than 3 feet. At this time, the flame spirit coffin and Kong Qianjun were both seriously injured. Yuan Feixiang and Chu Haitian had also expended a lot of their inner yuan. Although Qin Shijun and Lu Ping still had some strength left, once the devil launched another attack, the 2 of them alone would not have the confidence to defend against it. However, the strange thing was that after the devil had seriously injured the 6 of them, it did not make any further moves. Lu Ping and Qin Shijun looked at each other in surprise. It was only then that Lu Ping realized that the passageway seemed to be shrinking faster and faster. By now, there was only 2 feet left in the passageway. Qin Shijun also came to his senses. When he turned around, he saw that the surrounding poisonous clouds were slowly dissipating. The poisonous Azura tribe was almost completely annihilated. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen rays of light had already approached them. Among them were the 6 Fa Xiongs of their respective forces, Laozu. Lu Ping and Qin Shijun were relieved. They knew that Mara's plan on Chengling Island had been defeated. As for Chengling Island, although it was still a mess, it was only a matter of time before Mara was annihilated without any reinforcements. The devil must have seen that there was no hope for the passageway to recover, and that the reinforcements from Lu Ping and the others had arrived. That was why the devil did not attack again. Old ancestor Tian Kang took the lead, still not dispelling his earth element true body. The dark hell venom fire circled around him as he held the mountain-splitting hatchet tightly in his hand and landed in front of Lu Ping. Seeing that other than Lu Ping's aura being a little unstable due to the exhaustion of his true essence, old ancestor Tian Kang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You are a little rash this time." Lu Ping knew that this was the old man's sincere concern for him. He immediately said, "Thank you for your concern, Grand Uncle. I was indeed a little reckless this time, but I'm lucky." Tian Kang Laozu nodded and sighed. However, there was a slight hint of pride on his face. He turned around and looked at Qin Shijun, Kong Qianjun and the others who had been protected by the elders of their respective forces. He said, "The outcome of this battle has been decided. You should return to Ling Island to recuperate first. Leave the matters here to us old fellows." Lu Ping felt that he had gained a lot from this battle. He was planning to return to Ling Island for a period of time to cultivate in isolation and turn what he had gained into his own strength. Thus, he said, "If that's the case, I will return first. Be careful, Grand Uncle." When he turned around, he saw Chu Haitian walking towards him and said, "Thank you for your help earlier, Brother Lu." Lu Ping saw that there was a middle Dharma adept standing behind Chu Haitian. The adept was looking at him with a curious expression. Lu Ping guessed that the adept must be a senior adept of the green sea snakes. Lu Ping nodded at the adept and smiled. "Brother Chu, you are too kind." Chapter 1062. Lu Ping and Chu Haitian bade farewell. Moments after they left, the entire island's protective array formation suddenly made a loud noise. Amidst the deafening roar, the entire protective array formation shone brightly. From afar, it looked like a crystal cover had been inverted on the surface of the sea. Lu Ping looked back and saw that the entrance to the tunnel had already closed. The entire protective array formation had been completely integrated, and there was no longer a single flaw. At this time, the distant roar of the heavenly demon could be heard again. This time, it did not use its powerful soul-devouring power. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw that the soul-devouring black fog that had filled half the sky was gradually retreating, and then it was moving into the distance. The Mara army outside the island was also gradually retreating behind it. The Mara army was actually retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous roars caused a storm of spiritual chi that shocked Lu Ping. This level of battle was no less than a battle between a mid-Dharma adept and a Jade Shura. When Lu Ping turned around to look, he saw that among the Mara army that had attacked Chengling Island earlier, 4 or 5 blood Mara had suddenly self-destructed, causing a huge wave of spiritual chi that had drawn in 8 or 9 Dharma adepts that had been fighting them. When the waves dissipated, only 5 of the 8 or 9 Dharma adepts had survived. 2 of them were seriously injured and on the verge of death. The other 2 had a broken leg, and 1 had a broken arm. The last one looked whole, but he was also vomiting blood. The aftermath of the self-destruction had also caused a large number of Mara and human and demon core forging adepts to die within a radius of a few hundred feet. At this time, Yuanchong Laozu rushed out of nowhere, looking ragged and ragged. He shouted in the sky above Chengling Island, "The Mara army has retreated. The Mara on Chengling Island has been abandoned. Be careful of their self-destruction." Yuanchong Laozu's roar was obviously a use of his own power. Chengling Island was 200 miles wide, and it was a medium-sized island, but Yuanchong Laozu's roar was clearly heard by the human and demon adepts who were fighting. While Yuanchong Laozu was shouting, the entire island was still filled with the roars of various spells and treasures. There were even sounds of panic and explosions that were no weaker than the previous ones. But these could not drown out Yuanchong Laozu's roar. The passageway was closed again, and the Mara army outside the island had retreated. The Mara left on Chengling Island was immediately in a desperate situation, so more and more Mara self-destruction began to happen. In the beginning, the human and demon adepts were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. 6 or 7 consecutive self-destruction at the level of Mara killed 5 Dharma adepts, including 1 at the mid-Dharma stage, Laozu. 6 or 7 others were seriously injured. In addition, the self-destruction of many small and large Mara also caused many human and demon core forging adepts to die, and the number of casualties was even higher. Yuanchong Laozu's warning was timely enough. In the face of the threat of death, the human and demon core forging adepts were naturally very vigilant. Even so, the following series of self-destruction of Mara still caused the human and demon core forging adepts to suffer heavy losses. At this time, Lu Ping could no longer care about returning to Spirit Mountain. Instead, he and Tienkang Laozu hurriedly avoided the existence of those who were at the level of Blood Mara and above, and headed towards the 3 talents and 5 elements great formation formed by more than 20 core forging adepts of Zhenling. After all, Immortal Xian Shu was an extremely experienced second-generation adept. Under his command, Zhenling's great formation was steady and not greedy. From the time they arrived on Chengling Island until now, there were not many casualties. The only time they lost an early core forging adept and 2 mid-core forging adepts were seriously injured because they were targeted by a blood Shura. However, the moment the passage of the Great Formation was completely sealed, Immortal Xian Shu naturally knew that this meant that the human and demon core forging adepts would win this battle. For a moment, it was inevitable that he would be a little careless. Not only did Immortal Xian Shu feel this way, but the more than 20 core forging adepts of Zhenling also chose to relax at this moment after their minds had been stretched taut for such a long time. 2 great Shuras instantly rushed into the Great Formation and self-destructed. Immortal Xian Shu realized that the situation was not good when he saw the 2 great Shuras rushing into the Great Formation as if they were committing suicide. He hurriedly began to operate the defense of the Great Formation with all his might. However, the self-destruction was so sudden that 3 early and mid-stage core forging adepts died on the spot. 6 or 7 others were injured. Among them, 3 were seriously injured and basically had no chance of advancing further in their cultivation in the future. One of them was even a late-stage core forging adept. After that, Yuanchong Laozu's voice sounded. Immortal Xian Shu had no time to blame himself and hurriedly operated the Great Formation to defend at all times. As expected, a few more Great Mara rushed over and perished together, but they were all successfully defended by Immortal Xian Shu. Even so, there were still 5 or 6 adepts who were injured by the aftermath of the Mara's self-destruction. This caused the casualties of the more than 20 core forging adepts who came to rescue Chengling Island to reach almost 2/3. When Kang Laozu and Lu Ping returned, they saw the situation in front of them. Immortal Xian Shu's face was filled with pain, regret, and guilt. Kang Laozu's expression was frighteningly gloomy. He snorted coldly and cursed, "You led a good team." When Lu Ping saw the scene in front of him, he immediately began to treat the injured adepts of his sect. He took out all kinds of elixirs in his hands. Immortal Xian Shu's expression became even more remorseful. Lu Ping looked to the side and saw clearly that although Kang Laozu was angry, most of his anger was not directed at Immortal Xian Shu. After all, the self-destruction of Mara had killed more than 10 Dharma adepts and severely injured more than 10. Immortal Xian Shu had been cautious enough compared to the other adepts who came to help. Among the various sects, the number of casualties was considered low. Kang Laozu's heart was really aching for the few dead adepts. Lu Ping hurriedly tried to calm him down. "Uncle Xian Shu has done well enough. After all, no one would have thought that Mara would choose such a crazy method at the last moment. Uncle Master, saving people is more important now. Please keep your spirits up." Kang Laozu snorted coldly and stood in front of the Zhenling Dao soldier formation without saying a word. Immortal Xian Shu nodded gratefully at Lu Ping. In the distance, Kang Laozu's roar could already be heard. Before a few Mara could reach within 100 feet of the Zhenling Dao soldier formation, they were split in half by Kang Laozu's mountain-splitting axe. At this time, the great cultivators from the various sects and tribes who were fighting with the Asuras outside the island had already returned. These great cultivators no longer cared about the sorry state they were in after fighting with the Asuras. They all began to suppress the frenzied Mara army on Chengling Island. With the participation of the great cultivators, there was naturally no need to fear the self-destruction of the Mara army. In addition, the core forging stage cultivators from the various sects and tribes began to gather together. The casualties of the human and demon cultivators immediately began to decrease. 3 days later, more and more news began to gather. Kang Laozu ordered someone to send a copy of the news to Lu Ping. In this battle, the Mara army had returned in defeat, but the human and demon races had also suffered heavy losses. According to a rough estimate, more than 20 Dharma adepts had fallen. Among them, there were no less than 4 mid-Dharma adepts. Half of the casualties were caused by the self-destruction of the Mara army after Lu Ping and the others had successfully sealed the passage. As for the core forging stage cultivators, the casualties of the human and demon races could be described as innumerable. In this battle, several great cultivators had paid the price of serious injuries. Including Yuanchong Laozu and the other 2 Dharma adepts, it was said that this battle had directly destroyed the possibility of them advancing to the next level, even though the possibility of that was originally very small. There were also 2 great cultivators from the Green Sea Snakes and the Kuan Fish clan who had their essence damaged. It was said that even if they recovered from their injuries, they would probably be thankful to be able to maintain their cultivation at the mid-Dharma stage. This number of casualties shocked Lu Ping so much that he was speechless. Although this time Chengling Island had an opening, in reality, the human and demon cultivators still had the geographical advantage. Even so, they had still paid such a huge price. If this battle had really been a direct confrontation with the Mara army, it was likely that the human and demon races would have long been defeated. However, compared to this, Lu Ping was more concerned about the Phantom Hall's explanation for the sudden weakening of the island's protective formation and the opening of the formation. Through Kong Wu's inheritance, Lu Ping already knew that the foundation of the Phantom 5 Islands protective formation was a huge and 4 large spirit stone veins under the 5 islands. Every mining of these 5 spirit stone veins had to go through strict calculation and control. It had always been forbidden for all sects to mine wantonly, and every time a sufficient amount had been mined, the mine would be resealed. This time Chengling Island's protective formation had been weakened and even broken through by the sudden appearance of poison Shora. The fundamental reason was that Zhongxi had entered the spirit stone veins on Yuanling Island through the space essence and wantonly stole spirit stones. Later, Dabao had searched for top-grade spirit stones in the veins and finally caused a disturbance in the island's protective formation. At this time, the great cultivators of the Phantom Hall had naturally found out about the theft of the spirit stone veins on Yuanling Island. But unexpectedly, the Phantom Hall only said that there was a problem with the operation of the formation, and as for what the problem was, it was really secretive. The few North Sea sects on the island were naturally the focus of Zhongling's attention. Lu Ping first looked for information about the Blue Sea sect and Zhongxi, but found the news that Dongyun Laozu had reported about Zhongxi's death in the Battle of Chengling Island and the self-destruction of Bloodshora. Lu Ping was stunned. When he looked down, he found that the witnesses were actually Yuan Feixiang and Mr. Wen, who had never shown up during the battle with Poison Shora. The time was when Lu Ping and the others had left after the passage was completely sealed. The Yuan family had actually helped the Blue Sea sect to hide the truth of Zhongxi's death. Since when had the Blue Sea sect become so close to the number one family in Central Land? Lu Ping rubbed his chin. If Zhongxi had not died in his hands, no one would believe that the direct descendant of the number one family in Central Land would actually lie. But why did the Yuan family do this? Chapter 1063. No matter what, Zhongxi's death was a joyous event for Zhenling. It allowed Zhenling to vent his anger. Other than that, it was said that Xianling sect only lost a few core forging adepts, which was not a big loss. However, the two Dharma adepts of Haiyan sect and Shuiyang Pavilion suffered serious injuries. After the battle on Chengling Island, the two had been in seclusion to recover. Lu Ping's expression changed. With a shake of his hand, he opened a door. Dabao had already rushed out excitedly. As soon as he saw Lu Ping, he shouted, "Boss, we're rich this time, we're really rich." Lu Ping glared at him and said, "Lower your voice, do you want everyone to know?" Dabao was very cunning. He naturally knew what it meant to steal a spirit stone vein, especially one that was so heavily guarded. He said in a low voice, "Boss, although Kang Hai sect's share of spirit stones this time is 2 grades lower than Jinling's, it's only less than 200 top-grade spirit stones. But this Zhong Shui really dared to steal the same amount of spirit stones as Jinling. In total, we have more than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, not to mention the other top-grade spirit stones." Even though Lu Ping had been through too much, his face was full of disbelief at this moment. He exclaimed, "How many? 1,000 top-grade spirit stones?" Dabao nodded proudly. "There are still more than 10. In addition to the sect's share that Tienkang Laozu asked you to keep, this adds up." No. Lu Ping waved his hand. "We can't touch the sect's share. Just the share that Kang Hai sect and Zhongxi stole belongs to us. But this is too much. This is equivalent to the share of 2 sects for several years, and now it's in the hands of one person." Lu Ping's face was flushed. This was really a windfall. Even someone like Lu Ping would find it difficult to control himself in the face of such a large amount of training resources. Spirit burning array, spirit explosion array, spirit boiling array. For a moment, several training methods that required a large amount of top-grade spirit stones flashed through Lu Ping's mind. Now that he had so many top-grade spirit stones, Lu Ping could use these things to increase his level of training. Da Bao jumped up and down, egging him on. That's right. I heard that an early Dharma stage elder in our sect only receives 5 pieces of top-grade spirit stones a year. Boss, you've just received an extra allowance equivalent to 200 years. If you don't use it to improve your own training environment, you'll be doing yourself a disservice." Lu Ping was all smiles and nodded. "That's right." Dabao looked at the game and said, "Boss, now that you have so many top-grade spirit stones, those top, medium, and low-grade spirit stones are nothing to you. Why don't you give them to Samling, Lu Qina, Lu Daohua, and the rest?" Lu Ping smiled and was about to nod when he suddenly froze. He looked at Dabao with a half-smile. Dabao knew that something was wrong. He quickly chuckled and said, "Boss, what's with that look? It's so creepy. I remember now. We haven't counted those scattered low-grade spirit stones. I'll go back and count them now." After saying that, Dabao was about to slam his head into the Golden House's portal. Unexpectedly, the portal shook and disappeared. Caught off guard, Dabao slammed his head into the wall of the secret room, causing a huge bump to form on his head. "Boss, you can't do that." Lu Ping chuckled. "Well done, Dabao. How dare you hide them? I didn't do that." Dabao cried out in grievance, "I didn't take a single one of those 1,000 top-grade spirit stones." Lu Ping said, "I told you to steal the top-grade spirit stones from the spiritual stone vein. Where did you go? You didn't behave. You're asking for a beating." Seeing that his plan had been exposed, Dabao waved his hand and said, "No, no, I'll take them out, I'll take them out." Dabao took out 30 top-grade spirit stones and said, "They're all here, they're all here." Normally, 30 top-grade spirit stones would be enough to make Lu Ping happy. But today, after being hit by 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, 30 top-grade spirit stones were nothing to him. Lu Ping knew that Dabao had always been cunning, so he glared at him and said, "It seems that it's necessary for me to take out your storage device and check it." Don't. Dabao was anxious. He took out 20 top-grade spirit stones and said, "They're all here. This time, they're definitely all here. If you still hide them, I'll be struck by lightning." Lu Ping naturally wouldn't believe that Dabao had dug out 50 top-grade spirit stones. But even if he did hide them, it was just a fraction. It was Dabao's nature to love spirit stones. Dabao himself was Lu Ping's follower for the longest time. He had almost witnessed the whole process of Lu Ping's growth. Although they were master and servant, they were actually brothers. Their relationship was the deepest. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't be too harsh on him. Otherwise, Lu Ping wouldn't have spent so much effort on a low-level demonic pet like Dabao to promote his cultivation all the way to the current core forging stage. Lu Ping weighed the 50 top-grade spirit stones in his hand and said, "The top-grade spirit stones are not what you can use now. You can keep a few for your collection, but don't use them for cultivation. Especially for people like you, it's a waste to use the top-grade spirit stones. If you don't handle it well, you might explode yourself. Even I can't save you." Dabao didn't seem embarrassed that Lu Ping had seen through him. He said happily, "Don't worry, boss." Lu Ping shook his head and said, "Leave a portion of the top-grade spirit stones. You guys can split the rest among yourselves." There was a burst of cheers in the House of Gold. In the Battle of Chengling Island, both the human and demon races had suffered heavy losses, especially the 3 main demon tribes that were stationed there. The losses were even more severe. The Kuan Fish clan and the Jade Sea Spirit Snake clan each had a Dharma adept who had been attacked by the Asuras the moment the island was breached, and their cultivation was almost destroyed. However, this battle had also allowed many cultivators from both the human and demon races to gradually reveal their talents. Many Dharma adepts, who were previously unknown, had shone brightly in this battle. However, the most outstanding person in this battle was naturally the 6 third-generation cultivators from both the human and demon races who had killed their way into the Poison Azuras group and sealed the gap in the array formation. In the process of sealing the gap in the spell formation, these 6 cultivators had displayed their cultivation, strength, and intelligence. They were the best of the best among all the third-generation cultivators. Moreover, these 6 had joined forces to block the attack of an Azura on the spell formation and even withstood the blow of the heavenly demon. This was something that all the cultivators from both the human and demon races could not believe. Although the heavenly demon had been discovered when it attacked Yuanling Island, no one had ever seen the true face of this heavenly demon, let alone fought with it. Moreover, from the current situation, the entire Mara army seemed to be under the control of this heavenly demon. It was clear that this heavenly demon's strength was very high. Moreover, Lu Ping and the other 5 were actually able to withstand a blow from this heavenly demon. Regardless of whether this heavenly demon had used its full strength or not, just this alone was enough for the 6 of them to become famous in the overseas training world. Of course, among the 6 of them, Two of them were undoubtedly the most popular. One was the first heir of the third generation of the Crystal Palace, Qin Shijun, and the other was naturally Lu Tianping from the North Sea, who was known as the water sword deity. Qin Shijun's body was already dazzling enough, but when he revealed for the first time that he had already passed the first Thunder trial and had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, it still caused a huge uproar in the 5 islands of illusionary spirits. All along, the third-generation adepts who were able to advance to the Dharma stage were, without exception, the best of the best. They could be generally seen as a special class among the third-generation adepts, enjoying the limelight of the training world and the full support of the sects. However, when a mid-Dharma adept appeared among the third-generation adepts, it meant that the third-generation adepts were about to usher in a new era of differentiation. The third-generation Dharma adepts could no longer be used to describe the elites among the third-generation adepts. What people really valued were the adepts who were about to advance to the mid-Dharma stage or who had the potential to advance to the mid-Dharma stage. Qin Shijun's breakthrough still represented that the Crystal Palace's superpower status in the overseas training world was unshakable. However, what people were more concerned about was that since the first heir of the Crystal Palace could advance to the mid-Dharma stage, would the direct descendants of the 5 holy lands of the central mainland, who were also major sects, also begin to pass the first Thunder trial? For Lu Ping, regardless of the fact that he already had enough strength to gain the recognition of the third-generation elite adepts in the training world, his background had already made it so that no matter what he did that was similar to the third-generation elite adepts, he would receive more praise than the third-generation elite adepts of the other sect. This was also the helplessness of Lu Ping, the helplessness of Zhenling, and even the helplessness of the entire North Sea training world. Furthermore, the strength that Lu Ping had displayed during the battle with the other 5 people at the entrance of the passageway was more than just amazing. No matter how many trump cards a Dharma adept had up his sleeves, there was no doubt that his greatest trump card was the Dharma power that he had formed, and his strongest trump card was when he summoned his Dharma power. However, during the battle at the entrance of the passageway, Kong Qianjun and the Flame Coffin still ended up with severe injuries and vomiting blood despite using all their spiritual treasures, remarkable powers, and Dharma powers. Chu Haitian and Yuan's flying was slightly better, but they had also revealed their Dharma powers. Among them, Chu Haitian had even managed to avoid being injured because of Lu Ping's help. Only Qin Shijun and Lu Ping had not revealed their Dharma powers from the beginning to the end. What did this mean? Even if the sky demons had attacked, they would not have been able to force the two of them to use their full strength. Qin Shijun was one thing, as he was a mid-Dharma adept after all. But what about Lu Tianping? Could it be that with his early Dharma level of training, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the #1 disciple of the Crystal Palace who had advanced to the mid-Dharma level? When Lu Ping came out of the training room, it was already a month later. During this month, Mara's army had launched a few more battles, and both sides had suffered casualties. The reason why Lu Ping had come out of training this time was because Chu Haitian had personally come to visit him. Chapter 1064. Recently, many people had come to visit Zhenling. Most of them had come because of Lu Ping's status as an alchemy guru, but after that, they had come because of Lu Ping's amazing performance during the battle on Chengling Island. Other than a few requests for alchemy that Tienkang Laozu had agreed to, the rest of the visits were mostly rejected by Tienkang Laozu on the grounds that Lu Ping was training in seclusion. Chu Haitian's arrival was within Lu Ping's expectations, but at the same time, it was unexpected. It was expected because Lu Ping had thought that Chu Hailan would definitely come for the 1,000 poison serum. His level of practice was only one step away from the mid-Dharma stage. The reason why he had not attracted the Thunder Trial was because he wanted to use the power of the Thunder Trial to cultivate his second natal supreme remarkable technique while advancing to the mid-Dharma stage. However, during the battle at the passageway, Lu Ping had used the 1,000 poison serum to defeat the enemy. In addition, Qin Shijun had gone through the second Thunder Trial and cultivated his second natal supreme remarkable technique before him. This caused the arrogant Chu Haitian to be unwilling to fall behind Qin Shijun. However, unexpectedly, Chu Haitian had obviously arrived much earlier than he had expected. Chu Haitian's status was special. As the heir of the green sea snakes, even though he was only a third-generation disciple, his status was enough for Qiankang Laozu to personally receive him. Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to be so impatient. I had originally thought that you would only come after everything on Chengling Island had recovered. Lu Ping smiled from afar. Seeing that Lu Ping had come, Chu Haitian also smiled and said, "This time, I am not here for that matter. I have something else to ask of you, Brother Lu." Seeing that he was serious, Lu Ping also stopped smiling and said seriously, "What is it?" Chu Haitian laughed bitterly and said, "I guess Brother Lu already knows that a great practitioner of my tribe was seriously injured and his level of practice regressed to the mid-Dharma stage." Lu Ping suddenly understood and said, "You mean Chu Tianyu Laozu of your sect?" Ancestor Chu Tianyu was the late Dharma adept of the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan. He was one of the best among the second generation of adepts of the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan. In the instant that the passageway to Chengling Island had been broken through, Ancestor Chu Tianyu had done his best to resist the invasion of the Demon Luo army. At the same time, he had gathered the scattered members of the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan. However, in the end, he had fallen into the siege of two asuras and was severely injured. However, because Chu Tianyu Laozu was everywhere to provide support, the low-level practitioners of the green sea snakes were able to gather as much as possible. In the Battle of Chengling Island, among the three major demon tribes of the green sea snakes, Fire Phoenix, and Kuan, the green sea snakes had the least casualties. It could be said that this was all due to Chu Tianyu Laozu's efforts. Although Chu Tianyu Laozu was finally able to save his life with the help of the great practitioners of the various sects, his level of practice was on the verge of collapse. The best result was that he could barely stabilize his level of practice at the mid-Dharma stage, but there was no possibility of recovery in the future. Chu Haitian nodded and said, "I guess Brother Lu has already guessed it. This time, I have come to invite Brother Lu to take a look and see if there is any possibility of my Sky Feather Tribe's uncle recovering his level of practice." Lu Ping pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, "Well, although I have heard a little about Tianyu Laozu's injury and feel that the hope of recovery is slim, without seeing it with my own eyes, it will only be speculation after all." Chu Haitian's face lit up and he said, "In that case, thank you Brother Lu." "Oh, yes. When I asked Brother Lu for the 10,000 poison serum, Brother Lu seemed to say that what you asked me to do was extremely difficult. However, if Brother Lu can really cure Sky Feather Tribe's uncle, Brother Lu can ask Sky Feather Tribe's uncle for help. Presumably, with Sky Feather Tribe's uncle's position in the tribe, what Brother Lu asked for will most likely be achieved." Lu Ping's face suddenly showed that he was moved. In fact, he had already thought of this, but he was too embarrassed to say it before. Now that Chu Haitian had pointed it out, it could not be better. However, in the end, Lu Ping chose to be cautious. He only smiled and said, "Let's go take a look first. Perhaps I'm also helpless." Chengling Island, which had been devastated after the war, had been more than a month. Although it had yet to return to its original state, the buildings were gradually recovering. Although this was the area controlled by the three main tribes of the demon race, the buildings here were similar to those of the human race. Although the demon race cultivators they met along the way were all surging with demon chi, they were all in human form. When they saw Lu Ping, although they were a little curious, someone immediately recognized the identity of this North Sea Water Sword immortal, and immediately attracted more and more attention. Lu Ping didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he saw more and more monster cultivators running out and pointing at Lu Ping and Chu Hai. Their divine senses lingered around the two of them and Lu Ping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that Lu Ping's expression was slightly uneasy, Chu Haitian smiled and said, "What's wrong, Brother Lu? Are you still afraid?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "It's not that I'm afraid, I'm just embarrassed." Chu Haitian smiled and said, "It seems that Brother Lu has no idea how famous you are now." As the two of them chatted and laughed, they had already arrived at a small manor. This manor occupied more than 10 acres and was divided into two parts. Obviously, it had not been built for a long time. Lu Ping followed Chu Haitian all the way to the back. Strange divine sense constantly lingered around them. With his divine sense, Lu Ping could sense at least 7 or 8 different Dharma adepts' divine senses the moment he entered the manor. However, perhaps because Chu Haitian was leading them, Lu Ping did not feel any malice from these divine senses. Chu Haitian turned his head and explained, "I think Brother Lu has already noticed that this is the place where the green sea snakes were stationed on Chengling Island. The previous place where we were stationed has been razed to the ground in the previous battle, so it's obviously a little crowded here." Just as the two of them walked to the corner, they heard a slightly angry voice. "Flame Spirit Coffin, what are you doing here?" This voice was familiar to Lu Ping. It was Chu Hairen, whom he had saved before. Chu Haitian was slightly stunned when he heard the voice, and his face darkened. He could not help but quicken his pace. Then, he heard a slightly frivolous voice say, "Haha, little brother Hairen, what are you doing? You are a guest. Moreover, this time, I have come sincerely for Uncle Tianyu." At this time, Chu Haitian and Lu Ping had already arrived at the back of the house. At this time, in the central house, the Flame Spirit Coffin and Chu Hairen were facing each other. Behind the Flame Spirit Coffin was a mid-Dharma adept. The people in the central house had also noticed the arrival of the two of them. When they turned to look, Chu Haitian and Lu Ping happened to walk to the front of the house. When the Flame Spirit Coffin saw Lu Ping behind Chu Haitian, his eyes narrowed, and an almost undetectable cold light flashed across his eyes. Chu Haitian snorted coldly and said, "I'm here for my uncle. I don't know what other reason young Master Yang has to think of my tribe other than to eat the snake soup of the green sea snakes." As soon as Chu Haitian finished speaking, the atmosphere in the central house changed. The aura of the Dharma adepts of the green sea snakes hidden in the manor suddenly became fierce. The Flame Spirit Coffin and the mid-Dharma adept of the Fire Phoenix tribe behind him immediately felt a murderous aura approaching them. This was the territory of the green sea snakes. If the green sea snakes really decided to make a move here, the two of them would not be able to leave this place alive. The Flame Spirit Coffin calmed himself down and forced a laugh. He said, "Brother Chu, you must be joking." That was just a joke that the Flame Spirit Coffin did not know the ways of the world. Moreover, back then, my grandfather had already apologized to your esteemed sect's Fanyun Laozu. The Fire Phoenix tribe had also paid a huge price. Back then, Fanyun Laozu had already made it clear that he had let this matter go. "Brother Chu, are you still going to pursue this matter?" Chu Haitian said coldly, "Although my grandfather had let this matter go, this does not mean that we have forgotten about it. Back then, Brother Yang ordered the practitioners of the Wind Phoenix tribe to go around and rob our tribe members who had yet to transform. Many of our tribe members went missing because of this, including my cousins. We, the Green Sea Snakes, will never forget this matter. Brother Yang, you are not welcome in our tribe. Please leave." The Flame Spirit Coffin's expression changed. He suddenly laughed coldly and said, "I originally came here because of your noble Tianyu Laozu's injuries. I did not expect the two of you to dislike me so much. Since this is the case, there is no need for me to take out this life-saving panacea that I obtained from my tribe's Grandmaster Yang Wujiu. I will take my leave now." Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed when he heard Yang Wujiu's message. However, he seemed to have noticed something and quickly concealed this strange expression. After the Flame Spirit Coffin finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave when he heard a faint sigh. "Hold on, boy from the Yang family. Do you really have Grandmaster Yang Wujiu's life-saving panacea in your hands?" The Flame Spirit Coffin immediately put down his feet and revealed a proud smile. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Is it Fu Yu Laozu? Junior Yang Wujiu greets you." A skinny old man suddenly appeared in the central room. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed. This old man was obviously a great practitioner of the late Dharma stage. When Chu Haitian and Chu Haiying saw the old man, they bowed and said, "Greetings, granduncle." Lu Ping also bowed and said, "Lu Tianping greets senior." The old man looked at Lu Ping with interest and said, "Oh, you are the water sword celestial of the North Sea?" In the battle at the entrance of the formation passage, you and Qin Shijun were evenly matched. Your strength is probably above Tsunami. The North Sea has produced a very good talent. Lu Ping did not expect this great practitioner to give him such an evaluation. He hurriedly said, "Senior, you are too kind. I am ashamed. I was just lucky." The old man chuckled and did not comment on Lu Ping's modesty. Instead, he looked at the flame spirit coffin and asked calmly, "Do you have the jade life-extending pill refined by Grandmaster Yang Wujiu?" The flame spirit coffin was no longer as presumptuous as before. He said respectfully, "Yes. Before I went to the 5 islands of the illusory spirits this time, my Grandmaster asked Grandmaster Yang Wujiu for a life-saving panacea for me. It is the jade life-extending pill." Chapter 1065. Generally speaking, the bloodline of the demon race was usually stronger than that of the human race. Demon cultivators were usually able to rely on their instincts to train while they were still in a state of ignorance. Although the human race's bloodline was also said to be a remnant of the bloodline of the 7th patriarch, the human race's bloodline was unusually heterogeneous. Usually, all 7 of the bloodlines were concentrated in one body, which was far less pure than the demon race's bloodline. Even so, the human cultivators were still able to compete with the demon clan in the cultivation world because of their spirituality, which was far superior to that of the demon clan. The manifestation of this spirituality was usually far superior to the number of alchemists, blacksmiths, talisman craftsmen, and so on. It was precisely because of this that among the demon race, the emergence of a master alchemist was usually an extremely rare event. If another master alchemist appeared, his status would be so high that even the leader of a tribe would have to treat him with respect. Moreover, Yang Wujiu was not just an ordinary alchemist master. He could be considered a rare alchemist genius among the Fire Phoenix clan, and even among the demon race. Before he had even reached the Dharma stage, he was already a famous alchemist master in the East Sea. Even putting aside the differences between the human and demon races, many of the alchemists in the East Sea sects respected him. After Yang Wujiu had reached the Dharma stage, his alchemy skills had increased by another level. In the whole of the alchemy world of the East Sea, he was recognized as the most authoritative alchemist master in the East Sea by both the human and demon races. It was precisely because of this that even though Yang Wujiu was only an ordinary early Dharma adept in the Fire Phoenix clan, even the leader of the clan, Yang Zhouxiao, had to treat him with respect when he saw him. When the old man heard that the flame spirit coffin did indeed have a jadeite life-extending pill in his hands, a ripple appeared in the old man's eyes. He saw the flame spirit coffin solemnly take out a jade box from his chest. After which, he slowly opened the box. A jadeite-like indifferently appeared in front of everyone. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, and he heard the elder exclaim, "It really is a life-extending jade pill." The flame spirit coffin smiled proudly and put his hands together, closing the jade box again. He said, "I believe you all know the effects of this life-extending jade pill. As long as Uncle Tianyu takes this pill, he can immediately avoid the danger of his cultivation collapsing and immediately maintain his cultivation at the mid-Dharma stage. In the future, when Mara's crisis is resolved, we can ask our clan's grandmaster to treat him, and he might even be able to recover to the late Dharma stage." Chu Tianyu Laozu's injuries had already been treated by many alchemists from both the human and demon clans, but none of these alchemists could do anything about it. It was said that the best outcome for Chu Tianyu Laozu was to barely maintain his cultivation at the mid-Dharma stage. It was impossible for him to recover, and even if he wanted to maintain his cultivation at the mid-Dharma stage, it would require the help of some renowned alchemist grandmasters. Although Grandmaster Yang Wujiu had not personally seen the extent of Chu Tianyu Laozu's injuries, he was able to maintain Chu Tianyu Laozu's cultivation at the mid-Dharma stage with just one life-extending jade pill. Just this method alone was enough to surpass most of the current alchemists from both the human and demon clans on the 5 islands. Lu Ping stood behind Chu Haitian and watched coldly from the sidelines. He could see that when the life-extending jade pill was taken out by the flame spirit coffin, not only did Chu Haitian and Chu Haiyue's gazes become much more passionate, but even this great practitioner Chu Fuyu's face became much more passionate. However, this flame spirit coffin was the grandson of Yang Zhouxiao, the leader of the Fire Phoenix clan, and seemed to have had a great feud with the green sea snakes in the past. It was naturally impossible for him to be so kind as to present this life-extending jade pill so attentively. Although Chu Fuyu was greatly surprised by the appearance of the life-extending jade pill, he was, after all, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years and had seen many life-and-death situations. Naturally, he would not lose his sense of propriety over a life-extending jade pill. A hint of passion flashed across his face and he said, "Oh, then what do you want?" The flame spirit coffin rubbed his hands and said, "Senior Fuyu, you are too serious. I heard that Uncle Tianyu had dealt with 2 asuras for the safety of the nobles, and that was why he had suffered such a serious injury. I admire him very much, so I'm presenting this life-extending jade pill." Chu Fuyu glanced at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, "Since that's the case, you can just take this life-continuing pill back. This old man is not willing to fall out with Yang Zhouxiao over such a pill. Even if my nephew Tianyu finds out about it, he will definitely not agree to it." "That's right." A pale-faced practitioner sitting in a wheelchair turned around from behind the screen. Seeing this, Chu Haiying hurriedly went forward to push the wheelchair and complained, "Father, why did you come out?" This pale-faced middle-aged practitioner was the second-generation great practitioner Chu Tianyu, who had been seriously injured by the asuras in the green sea snakes. He was actually Chu Haiying's father. 6th uncle. Tianyu Laozu greeted Chu Fuyu and Laozu from his wheelchair. Only then did he turn to look at the flame spirit coffin, who had a somewhat dry expression on his face, and said, "Grandmaster Yang's life-extending jade pill might really have a miraculous effect on the old man's injuries, but the old man does not wish to owe the Fire Phoenix clan a favor, especially a favor from Yang Zhouxiao. If nephew Yang has any requests, please state them. Otherwise, the old man would rather you take this life-extending jade pill back." The flame spirit coffin was startled and said, "Uncle Tianyu, have you thought it through? Your injuries have damaged your foundation. Without this life-extending jade pill, with the current alchemists on the 5 islands of phantom spirits, there is almost no one who can guarantee your mid-Dharma stage cultivation." Chu Haitian involuntarily glanced at Lu Ping, who was behind him. Lu Ping signaled him not to make a sound, but unexpectedly, Chu Haitian mistakenly thought that Lu Ping had also admitted that he could not save Chu Tianyu's injuries. He could not help but be greatly disappointed. Chu Tianyu smiled slightly and said, "The old man would rather have his cultivation destroyed." "All right then." The flame spirit coffin's deceitful and profligate aura was completely swept away, and his temperament suddenly became more profound. He said solemnly, "Since that's the case, then I'll get straight to the point. I hope to exchange this life-continuing pill for your noble clan's azure canopy parasol." "Green canopy parasol?" Chu Fuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smile, "I see that although you are now at the peak of the early Dharma stage, with your potential and foundation, I dare not say that you will be able to survive the first thunder calamity, but you have at least a 60 to 70% chance of success. Naturally, there is no need for the green canopy parasol. In that case, it should be Yang Zhouxiao. There have long been rumors that Yang Zhouxiao has refused to leave his position as the leader of the Fire Phoenix tribe because he is about to survive the third thunder calamity and achieve the pure Yang Dharma. It seems that the rumors are true." The flame spirit coffin chuckled and said, "Senior Fuyu's torch illuminates 10,000 miles. As expected, I can't hide my thoughts from you. To be honest, my grandfather is indeed preparing for the tribulation. Originally, according to my grandfather's estimation, he has a high chance of achieving the pure Yang Dharma form this time. However, the more treasures that can help in the tribulation, the better. Naturally, I want to contribute a little to grandfather's pure Yang Dharma form." Hearing this, Chu Haiying pursed his lips and said, "You have already used the green canopy parasol, and you still say that the chances of surviving the thunder calamity are high? Who are you trying to bluff?" Hearing this, the flame spirit coffin's expression did not change, and he only smiled slightly, but a fierce look flashed in his eyes. At this time, Chu Tianyu also said seriously, "The green canopy parasol is one of the tribe's most precious treasures, and it cannot be lent to outsiders. Not to mention that the old man's cultivation is almost destroyed, even if he is on the verge of death, there is no reason for him to lend this item. Nephew Yang, please return." Martial Uncle Chu, You have to think carefully. Seeing that Chu Tianyu's expression was calm, a trace of unwillingness flashed across the flame spirit coffin's face, and he turned to Chu Tianyu and said, Senior Fuyu, Uncle Tianyu was considered an outstanding figure among the second generation of the green sea snakes, and together with Uncle Chu Feiyu, they were known as the two peerless geniuses of the green sea snakes. His status is equivalent to that of the current brother Tsunami, and he is the most likely existence among the second generation of the noble clans to achieve the pure yang dharma. Are the green sea snakes going to abandon a future pure yang Laozu just for a green canopy parasol? Moreover, my grandfather is only borrowing it, and he will return it in the future. A trace of hesitation appeared on Chu Tianyu's face, but he still sighed and said, even if the old man agrees, there is no other way. The green canopy parasol is our tribe's most precious treasure, and the old man can't make the decision alone. The flame spirit coffin rolled his eyes and said, the green sea snakes have strict rules, and I am aware of this. But as long as Senior Fuyu agrees, I believe that Uncle Tianyu and Uncle Feiyu will not refuse, given their friendship. Uncle Feiyu is now the leader of your tribe, and he also has the support of Fanyun Laozu, the old pure yang tribe leader, so there should be no problem in lending the green canopy parasol. At this time, Chu Haimai and the others also saw Chu Fuyu Laozu's hesitation, but unexpectedly, they heard Chu Tianyu say resolutely, this matter is not negotiable during the Duanwu festival. If Nephew Yang has no other business, it is not convenient for the old man to keep you here. See the guest out. Chu Fuyu Laozu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he heard Chu Tianyu say, Sixth uncle, the green sea snakes will lose a great practitioner, and even if we lose a pure yang practitioner in the future, it will not affect our status as the top demon tribe in the sea. But the green canopy parasol is different. It is the crystallization of our sect's great magical practitioners for generations. Even our tribe's practitioners with impure blood are not qualified to use it, let alone outsiders. Chu Fuyu Laozu looked at Chu Tianyu Laozu with a trace of regret on his face, and then he nodded heavily and said, okay, boy, you can go. The flame spirit coffin looked at Laozu Chu Tianyu and said in a low voice, you really don't want to lend it? No. Okay then. There was not the slightest regret or anger on the flame spirit coffin's face. Instead, a smile suddenly appeared on his face and he said, actually, this junior has a private request. If the two seniors can agree, this junior can give this life continuation elixir to Tianyu Laozu as a private gift. Patriarch Chu Fuyu raised his head abruptly. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at the flame spirit coffin, forcing the latter to avert his gaze. Brat, are you here to make fun of my Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan today? Chapter 1066. Chu Fuyu Laozu's sudden outburst not only frightened the flame spirit coffin, but also made Lu Ping and the others feel suffocated under the aura of such a great practitioner. The flame spirit coffin was suppressed by Chu Fuyu Laozu's aura. Its face turned red and it said, who in this world would dare to make fun of the green sea snakes? Even the 6 holy lands of the human race wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Seeing that Chu Fuyu Laozu's aura had subsided a little, the flame spirit coffin took 2 deep breaths and said, I was doing this for the public, but now I'm doing this for personal reasons. I'm not joking. If the 2 seniors agree, I will definitely give you the life-prolonging pill. Chu Tianyu was about to speak, but Chu Fuyu Laozu stopped him. He stared at the flame spirit coffin and said in a cold voice, speak. The flame spirit coffin said seriously, I was fortunate enough to see Miss Chu Hailan's beauty. I was shocked for a while, but I didn't have the chance to see her again. I have always admired her. This life-prolonging pill is my betrothal gift. I hope that I can tie the knot with Miss Chu Hailan. I hope that Senior Fuyu can be the matchmaker. No. Dream on. As soon as the flame spirit coffin finished speaking, 2 voices came out at the same time. The flame spirit coffin turned to look. One was Chu Tianyu in a wheelchair, and the other was Chu Haitian. When the flame spirit coffin looked over, he saw that both Chu Tianyu and Chu Hailan were looking at Chu Haitian in surprise. Chu Haitian looked a little uneasy for a moment. Not to mention the flame spirit coffin, even Lu Ping found the situation strange. The flame coffin chuckled and said, Brother Chu, I've asked Uncle Fuyu to marry Miss Chu Hailan. It's understandable if Uncle Tianyu doesn't agree to it. After all, it's said that Miss Chu was raised by Senior Tianyu, and they are like father and daughter. This is also the reason why I want to ask for Uncle Tianyu's hand in marriage. But what does this matter have to do with Brother Chu? Why would you refuse my proposal? Chu Haitian, who was usually cold and aloof, appeared extremely embarrassed at this moment. However, he still managed to sneer and said, "Has your flame spirit coffin ever lacked women? How many female cultivators of both the human and demon races have been abandoned by you after being toyed with by you? How could Sister Hailan marry someone like you? Moreover, you are a member of the Fire Phoenix clan, and Sister Hailan is a member of the Green Sea Snakes. Sister Hailan will never marry you." The flame spirit coffin smiled wickedly and said, "If she can't marry me, then who will she marry? You, Brother Chu? If I remember correctly, Miss Hailan's fiancé who died in the hands of the Crystal Palace should be Brother Chu's cousin, right? Brother Chu, aren't you afraid that Uncle Feiyu and Old Man Fanyun will break your legs? You." A sharp aura around Chu Haitian was like an unsheathed sword. "How dare you?" Lao Tzu was furious. His sharp aura suppressed both the flame spirit coffin and Chu Haitian at the same time. However, no matter how Lu Ping looked at it, the aura was most likely directed at the flame spirit coffin. The matters of the Green Sea Snakes are not something that a kid from the Fire Phoenix clan like you can meddle in. If it wasn't for Yang Zhouxiao, that old man would have already kicked you out of the encampment. The flame spirit coffin looked a little embarrassed, but he still bowed and said, "This junior was reckless." However, this also shows that this junior is infatuated with Miss Hailan and is afraid that she will be snatched away by others. "Please forgive me, Lao Tzu." At this time, Chu Tianyu chuckled and said, "First, you're thinking of ways to borrow the canopy green sifting umbrella, and now you want to marry my foster daughter to my clan. Looks like Senior Yang Zhouxiao's situation in the Fire Phoenix clan isn't very good. Whether it's passing the third lightning tribulation and attaining the pure Yang avatar, or obtaining the support of my Chu Tianyu lineage in the Jade Sea Spirit Snake clan, all of these are greatly beneficial to Senior Yang Zhouxiao in stabilizing his position in the Fire Phoenix clan, right?" The flame spirit coffin's expression changed, and then he said seriously, "Uncle Tianyu, you have wronged me. I have no feelings for Miss Hailan." "Enough." Chu Tianyu interrupted the flame spirit coffin's explanation and said, "Kid, the old man understands what you mean. You can take this life-extending pill first." The flame spirit coffin opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he heard Chu Tianyu suddenly say, "But," Chu Tianyu's but made the flame spirit coffin, who had gained almost nothing from this trip, immediately raise his spirits. Chu Haitian, who had just relaxed a little, suddenly clenched his hands. Lu Ping saw all of this, but from the beginning until the end, he didn't say a word. "However, the old man will consider what you said, so you can keep the life-extending pill for now. Maybe the old man will come to you in person after a period of time." The flame spirit coffin knew that there was a turning point in the matter, and he immediately said happily, "How could I dare to trouble you to come in person, Lao Tzu? You only need to inform me, and I will immediately give it to you. However, Uncle Tianyu's injury will not wait for anyone. If it is delayed for too long, I am afraid that even Grandmaster Yang will not be able to do anything." Watching the flame spirit coffin leave, Chu Haitian immediately said anxiously, "Sixth Grandpa, shut up." Chu Tianyu shouted and scolded Lao Tzu, "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Chu Haiying muttered, "Sister Hailan was only engaged to my cousin. They are not married yet. Why can't she be with Brother Tsunami? Good things should be kept within the family. It's better than letting someone like the flame spirit coffin take advantage of her." Chu Tianyu stared at him and said, "What did you say?" Chu Hailan said, "No, nothing." He looked at the place where Chu Haitian was, with a helpless expression. Chu Tianyu looked at Fuyu Laozu and said, "Sixth uncle, Hailan is my adopted daughter. I don't want to force her with this kind of thing. Don't you understand the interests of the tribe?" Chu Tianyu glanced at Lu Ping, who was standing behind Chu Haitian. Seeing Chu Haitian's agitated expression and Chu Tianyu's troubled expression, he said, "We have a guest today. Let's talk about this later." Only then did Chu Haitian remember that Lu Ping was behind him. Naturally, he also remembered the purpose of inviting Lu Ping here. He immediately realized that the crux of the matter he was worried about was Chu Tianyu's injury. Chu Haixiao was very clear that the exchange of benefits between tribes would often not take personal feelings into consideration. Chu Hailan was born of the fire snake lineage of the Jade Sea Spirit Snake clan, and her innate aptitude had already limited her. No matter how hard she worked, it was impossible for her individual achievements to compare with a great cultivator like Chu Tianyu. Moreover, it was obvious that Yang Jiuxiao had used the life-continuing pill to beg the Jade Sea Spirit Snake clan. Naturally, he could use this as an excuse to obtain even more benefits for the Jade Sea Spirit Snake clan from Yang Jiuxiao's hands. In fact, at this moment, Chu Fuyu, who was a member of the Jade Sea Spirit Snake clan's Elder Council, was already somewhat moved. Yes. This time, I invited Brother Lu here from Soul Gathering Island to treat Uncle Tianyu's injury. Brother Lu is already a pill refinement grandmaster. Now that the 5 islands of illusionary spirits are besieged, not only has Brother Lu's cultivation and strength shone brilliantly, your pill refinement skills have also become famous. Now, you are known as the #1 pill refiner in the 5 islands of illusionary spirit. Looking at Chu Haitian's hopeful expression, Lu Ping had no choice but to pat him on the shoulder and say, I don't deserve to be called the #1 pill refiner. It's all the flattery of many fellow cultivators. To be honest, with Senior Yang's life continuing pill in front of me, I'm still a little uncertain. Lu Ping originally came because of Chu Haitian's invitation to see the extent of Chu Tianyu Laozu's injury, but now it seemed that this matter was obviously involved in the secret game between the Green Sea Snake and the Fire Phoenix clan. If he rashly intervened, he would probably be hated by the Flame Spirit Coffin based on his contact with him during this period of time. At that time, it would be a small matter if he offended the Flame Spirit Coffin, but Junling was just a medium-sized sect, and it would not dare to offend a behemoth like the Fire Phoenix clan. At this time, Chu Tianyu Laozu said, It turns out that Lu Xiaoyu not only has such outstanding cultivation and strength among your peers, but also has such great attainments in pill refinement. Lu Xiaoyu, just go ahead and check. Whether or not he can be cured, the old man will owe you a favor. Chu Tianyu had obviously seen Lu Ping's concerns. These old monsters were all hundreds of years old. How could Lu Ping's thoughts be hidden from them? Chu Fuyu did not take Chu Tianyu's promise to heart, but asked, listening to Lu Xiaoyu's tone, It seems that you know Grandmaster Yang? Lu Ping was taken aback and had to say, When I was traveling in the East China Sea, I was fortunate enough to meet Senior Yang and received guidance from Senior Yang. Chu Haitian did not expect that Lu Ping had received guidance from Yang Wujiu, and the eagerness in his heart increased by 30%. Even Chu Fuyu had a more favorable impression of Lu Ping. Lu Ping could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. This time, it seemed that he could not avoid it. Lu Ping's finger was placed on Chu Tianyu's pulse, and a pure qi suddenly flowed up along the bloodline. At the same time, his divine thoughts also explored Chu Tianyu's body. Although Chu Tianyu's source was damaged, most of his qi was still left, but it was in a disordered state, surging and tumbling in his bloodline like a stormy sea. However, Lu Ping's strand of true essence was like a small boat in his bloodline. It was able to trace the source of the surging true essence waves. Hey! Chu Tianyu glanced at Lu Ping in surprise. Although he had lost most of the control of the qi in his body, his divine thoughts were undamaged. He was naturally aware of the situation when Lu Ping's qi entered his body. The alchemists he had found before, including the Jade Sea Spirit Snake clan's Grand Master, when they examined his injuries, were unable to smoothly trace their true essence along his bloodline due to the roaring waves of true essence in his body. Every time, Chu Tianyu had to pay a great price to try his best to restrain the true essence in his body to cooperate with these alchemists' examination. But now Lu Ping obviously did not need to do so at all. His qi could actually maintain its stability under the impact of Chu Tianyu's qi. What a pure qi, what a strong bloodline. However, what surprised Chu Tianyu even more was that Lu Ping's qi was obviously a water attribute cultivation method, not the wood or fire attribute qi that ordinary alchemists usually needed. This was a bit interesting. Chapter 1067. Chu Tianyu's essence was also damaged, but his condition was different from Tian Cheng Laozu's. Chu Tianyu's essence had only been shattered during the battle with the Asuras, but not loss. Although this left a trace of possibility for Chu Tianyu to recover his cultivation and even not affect his future improvement, if he couldn't be cured, the result would be even worse than that of a great ancestor in Tiancheng, whose cultivation had been cut off. Lu Ping's examination of Chu Tianyu ended very quickly, but Chu Haitian had been waiting anxiously at the side. Seeing that Lu Ping had stopped, he was about to step forward to ask, but he was glared at by Laozu Chu Fuyu, and Lu Ping himself was lost in thought. After a while, Lu Ping suddenly came to his senses and realized that there were 4 Dharma adepts waiting for his results. 2 of them were even at the level of a grand cultivator. Seniors, I'm really sorry, I was too engrossed in my thoughts just now. Chu Haitian dared not speak after being glared at by Chu Fuyu, but Chu Tianyu smiled and said, "It's okay, the more Lu Xiaoyu is like this, the more the old man will think highly of you." The alchemists before gave their results after a simple examination, and even the alchemy grandmaster who accompanied us to guard Chengling Island this time has already concluded that the best result for the old man is to maintain his mid-dharma cultivation. But after thinking for so long, do you have any different opinions? Chu Haiyu immediately jumped up upon hearing this, and said, "Brother Lu, do you really have any way to restore father's cultivation? Even if it can't be restored, it's fine if it can keep his injuries from worsening. As long as we can wait until Mara's army retreats, we can personally ask Grandmaster Yang to come and treat father. Grandmaster Yang has a high status in the Fire Phoenix clan, and as long as Grandmaster Yang is willing, even Yang Zhouxiao would not dare to restrict him." Lu Ping hesitated for a moment and said, "If it's just to ease the deterioration of Senior Tianyu's internal injuries, this isn't too difficult for this junior." Chu Tianyu and Chu Fuyu exchanged glances. Chu Haizhen clapped her hands and said with a smile, "That's great, we don't have to see the ugly face of the flame coffin anymore. Brother Lu, please save my father." Lu Ping nodded. At this moment, Chu Haitian, who was behind Lu Ping, could no longer hold it in and said, "Brother Lu, are you confident in healing Uncle Tianyu's injuries?" Chu Tianyu and Chu Fuyu did not speak. In fact, the 2 of them had already heard the meaning behind Lu Ping's previous words. Although they did not believe that Lu Ping could heal Chu Tianyu's injuries, Lu Ping's identity as an alchemy grandmaster was unmistakable. Listening to the results would at least help them in making decisions in the future. However, the 2 of them had a lot of scruples because of their identities, so they allowed Chu Haitian to ask directly. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is indeed a kind of pill that can help Tianyu Laozu's injuries. However, this pill is extremely difficult to refine, and the chances of a complete recovery are extremely small." "Complete recovery?" An unfamiliar voice suddenly came from outside the room. A stocky late-stage core forging realm cultivator walked in. He glanced at Lu Ping, then bowed to Chu Fuyu and Chu Tianyu. He sneered and said, "Even if I am not skilled, I know that even Grandmaster Yang Wujiu would not dare to say that there is a glimmer of hope in curing Uncle Tianyu's injuries. Even the jadeite life-extending pill can only delay Brother Tianyu's injuries. How dare you surpass Grandmaster Yang Wujiu?" Lu Ping did not know who this person was. Chu Haitian, who was next to him, quickly introduced him. "This is my clan's alchemy grandmaster, Daoist Master Chu Yu." Lu Ping saw that although Daoist Master Chu Yu's cultivation was only at the core forging realm, he repeatedly questioned Lu Ping after entering the central room. He was only slightly respectful towards Chu Fuyu and Chu Tianyu Laozu. From this, Lu Ping knew that this grandmaster probably had a very high status in Junling. Daoist Master Chu Yu hurried over when he heard that the Fire Phoenix clan had brought the life-extending pill. However, he was still too late. The flame spirit coffin had already left, but he happened to run into Lu Ping, who had just finished examining Chu Tianyu Laozu's injuries. Lu Ping smiled slightly and said, "The jadeite life-extending pill is indeed a rare healing medicine in the cultivation world. However, although the life-extending pill has a significant effect on various injuries, its true value lies in its wide range of application. The quality of the effect is secondary. In other words, Almost all injuries can be included in the healing range of the life-extending pill. However, for some special injuries, some treatment methods for the symptoms may be even more effective than the life-extending pill that is originally not very effective. Daoist Master Chu Yu was stunned. He was a true alchemy grandmaster, so he naturally knew that what Lu Ping said was not false. However, he did not believe that Lu Ping really had a treatment method for the symptoms, so he said, although what you said is not false, the old man does not believe that you really have such a method. Lu Ping did not care about arguing with this alchemy grandmaster. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Have you heard of the spiritual water spirit attraction pill?" Spiritual water spirit attraction pill? What is that? Daoist Master Chu Yu asked. He was stunned for a moment and asked hesitantly, "Are you talking about a pill refined by the spiritual water alchemy technique?" Lu Ping saw that although the other party's attitude was bad before, he was also a person with real talent, so he did not mock him. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, it is the spiritual water alchemy technique." Chu Yu asked in surprise, "I heard that there was a cultivator who mastered the ancient flowing water alchemy technique in the North Sea cultivation world." The old man did not believe it at first, but later I heard from Grandmaster Yang that it was true. I did not expect that the person who inherited the spiritual water alchemy technique would be you. Chu Hyaming took the opportunity to add, 13th uncle, I'm afraid you still don't know, but Brother Lu was also guided by Grandmaster Yang. Oh, there's such a thing. When Chu Yu heard that, he no longer looked at Lu Ping with a scrutinizing gaze. Lu Ping took out a jade slip from his storage device, and a blue light flashed in his hand. Then, he handed the jade slip to Daoist Master Chu Yu and said, "This contains the various spiritual herbs and spiritual items needed to refine the spiritual water spirit attraction pill. I'm confident that even if Grandmaster Yang has other methods to treat Tianyu Laozu's injuries, he will still need most of the herbs in this list. So, you can collect the precious items according to the list I've copied and make preparations in advance." Lu Ping knew that they would not make a choice in a short time after getting his judgment, so he said, "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Chu Haitian suddenly shivered as if he had thought of something bad. He hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, I'll see you off." Chu Hyaming also followed suit and said, "I'll go too." After Lu Ping left, Chu Yu was still reading the contents of the jade slip with a frown. Chu Fuyu and Chu Tianyu looked at each other and said, 13th brother, what do you think?" Chu Yu passed the jade slip to Chu Fuyu and said, "Truthfully speaking, I can't make up my mind. Even though the jade slip doesn't record the specific method of refining this medicinal pill, I can make some guesses based on the spiritual herbs and spiritual objects he listed. It should roughly be using the spirituality of a spiritual object as a catalyst to reform Seventh Brother's scattered quintessence. It does make sense, but the process of healing is extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake will definitely cause Seventh Brother's cultivation to disperse." Chu Fuyu passed the jade slip to Chu Tianyu and said, "Let's collect the spiritual herbs and spiritual items according to this kid's recipe first. Even if we don't need him to refine the spirit drawing pill, didn't he say that even Grandmaster Yang would need to use most of the things recorded in it?" Chu Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "Even though most of the spiritual herbs and spiritual items recorded in it are extremely rare, it's not impossible to collect them with the resources of our clan, but it will take some effort. However, there's an item that's difficult to find at the moment." "What is it?" "The 10,000 Wonder Dew is an extremely crucial step in refining this pill." Chu Fuyu and Laozu were stunned. "Wonder Dew? It's just a mid-grade heaven rank treasure. How could our clan not have it?" Chu Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Even though it's a mid-grade heaven rank treasure, its value isn't inferior to a high-grade heaven rank treasure. Moreover, it's extremely rare, but it has a wide range of uses. Even our clan probably doesn't have it left." Chu Fuyu and Laozu asked with slight reluctance, "Even if we don't have it, can we use something else to replace it?" "I have a type of heaven rank high-grade spirit water with me right now." Chu Yu still shook his head and said, "No. Not only does the spirit drawing pill need the Wonder Dew's spirituality as a guide, it also needs its vitality to nourish its source. Otherwise, Even if we use other spiritual items to replenish Seventh Brother's essence, I'm afraid our lifespan will be greatly reduced. Chu Tianyu and Lao Tzu smiled. Since we can't find the wonder due in a short period of time, then we'll first prepare other spiritual herbs. We'll think of a way to invite Grandmaster Yang once the siege of the illusory Spirit Five Islands is lifted. Chu Yu sighed and said, I'm afraid we won't be able to invite Grandmaster Yang without Yang Zhouxiao's approval. Chu Fuyu had been suppressing a bellyful of anger since a long time ago when he saw Chu Yu spew out a string of unfavorable words. He immediately said angrily, does Yang Zhouxiao dare to imprison Yang Wujiu? Isn't he afraid that all the alchemists in the alchemy world will make things difficult for his Fire Phoenix clan? Chu Yu said, although he didn't imprison him, I'm afraid he put him under house arrest in the name of protection. I heard that Grandmaster Yang has a disciple who was born in the Wood Phoenix clan and has always been under Grandmaster Yang's protection. Now that Yang Zhouxiao is undergoing his third lightning tribulation and is about to condense his pure Yang avatar, he has set his sights on Grandmaster Yang's disciple. However, Grandmaster Yang has noticed this a long time ago and has hidden this disciple somewhere. In his rage, Yang Zhouxiao placed Grandmaster Yang under house arrest in the name of protection. Chu Tianyu seemed to have thought of something and said, in other words, there are only two ways for the old man to recover from his injuries. One is to lower his head to the Fire Phoenix clan and form an alliance with Yang Zhouxiao, and the other is to gamble on Lu Tianping, a cultivator from the North Sea. Chu Yu nodded and said, that's right. That's why I've been provoking him all this time, wanting him to reveal even more of his true abilities. I didn't expect this kid to be very calm and didn't fall for it in the end. However, this list of spiritual herbs more or less proves that this kid isn't shooting blindly. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,